Where are we getting the feedback from? Yeah.
That's better. 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 That sounds better. George, can you hear me? Talking, hoping this works. Crossing fingers. Anything?
Not really, no. It doesn't sound like the mic's picking up a whole lot. Just from what I can do.
Well, I wasn't talking too loudly, but there should be some audio.
Let me reload. Okay, I just reloaded groups and tried that.
Okay. Anything there? All right, we're good.
I help, not really.
Thank you. Well, we needed somebody to come up here. Run. Michelle is going to come up.
It is what?
But it's not orange.
No.
Michelle is going to.
Yes.
I don't know who she is. So.
Okay.
I haven't met her yet. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get started here in just a minute. I have a few things I wanted to mention before we get into it. One is we are holding a raffle. That wasn't for those of you who got here real early, you may not have seen it. It's over at the registration desk. We have a lot of stuff to give away. So if you enter, you have a pretty decent chance of walking away with something. So just write your full name on a piece of paper, fold it, put it in the bowl, and we will do drawings throughout the conference. We are doing something a little unique this year with award submissions. So on your program, there is a QR code for, you want to hold that up, Andrew, the QR code for the, you can submit an award for anybody for pretty much anything. So like I might submit an award for Kelly for having the most memorable phrase in koha-US history with Dunsey Doodles. That would be a good example, or it can be more serious too, but we will be presenting the at least the appropriate ones that are submitted and printing them out. So you can do that anytime through the conference. So look around and see who you want to submit something for. There is also GroupMe. There's a QR code for that on your program as well. And that's just the group. There's an app and we can just communicate as a group if there's anything that needs to be communicated. So I urge you to sign up for that. Now, we should be getting a welcome from the director. I think, Rhonda, did you locate? Okay. So once we get our official welcome, then we will introduce our keynote speaker, hopefully close to on time. As far as those are interested in attending the baseball game this evening, we have Rhonda's going to be your person to see. If you don't know her, she is waving her hand in the back. It's $15 to attend. There's also parking passes that she has purchased at a discount for those who have a vehicle. I sent out an email to those that said they were interested and got some response, but ultimately she's going to be one to go to. Whether or not you responded that you wanted to go or you've changed your mind, just talk to her. And she also has a Venmo account if you don't have cash, so she can get that arranged as well.
Plenty of tickets.
Plenty of tickets. Feel free to bring someone if you, I think we can, we have enough to do that, so.
Our seats are in the shade.
The seats are in the shade, yes. Andrew brings up an important point. Much more pleasant in the shade. Okay. I will. Yes. Important note. Few bathrooms just down right behind you. Easy to find, short walk. If you were looking for those, there's also a water bottle filling station and things over there, things like that over there. So, Andrew, shout things at me that I can say to stall.
Is there a Wi-Fi?
There is a Wi-Fi. That's a great question. The Wi-Fi is the RRTX, and it doesn't have a password. It's the one without a password, and then you just, there's a little splash page you just connect to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other really good questions that people want to ask before we officially embark? Yes, Christine.
Yeah, what is this group meet chat?
That is so we can communicate as a conference. So So like, for example, this morning, some people at the Hilton were not getting picked up like they had hoped to be. So they let me know and we worked on it via that. So it's also a place you can say, hey, is anybody going to this restaurant, or, something like that. Doesn't just have to be for emergencies only.
So for the people in the room, GroupMe is an app, but if you don't have the app to be added to the group, if you want to be added to the group, you just want to get your text number, come and see me. I want to be this.
Just trying to see if we can get rid of views altogether, but you just have this, but you can't do it without doing the full screen. Don't worry about it.
Yes. So Michelle Cervantes, the director of Round Rock, is here to welcome us to the conference. So thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. As you heard, my name is Michelle Cervantes, and I'm blessed to be the library director, and we've been waiting for you for a long time. We have been waiting, Rhonda and the team have been waiting patiently for years to host you in our new building. So welcome, welcome. We finally made it. We're so excited to be hosting our first Koha conference here in Round Rock. Hopefully, if there's anything that you need, ask any one of the team here. We want you to feel comfortable. That way you can learn, connect, and grow with each other here and in our community. I know Rhonda's scheduled some fun activities for you this week, and we're going to be doing tours of the building. So if you have questions like, why did y'all do this? Or what made y'all think of this? That's what we're here for. And we're also here, me personally, my mission to make America read again. So if you'd like a hat, let me know. I have them available. So welcome and have a very productive conference.
Thank you so much. Such a beautiful library. All right, now I am happy to welcome our keynote, David Lankus. He is in addition to my day job, I am an adjunct professor for the University of Denver, and I have frequently quoted David. And I was, when we were planning the conference here, I think he might be in Texas. So I just Googled, and he actually lives here. And it was perfect because he was somebody I wanted to hear from, and it was a real short commute for him. So we're really lucky to have him. He'll be presenting AI Dream Dread Deconstruct. So welcome, David.
One sec. Get arranged. Get this one. All right. Oh, there we go. Yes, this is my home library. So if you hang around long enough, you'll probably see my wife putting a massive dent in the new books and materials. Koha, and New Zealand, ironically, but it all works together. And so they asked me to come and speak, and I think we had about a 10-second conversation about a potential topic. And of course, we went to the default these days, which is artificial intelligence, which is, I think, the current obsession of everyone. If you're not worried about a policy, you're thinking about a policy, or you have people yelling about the need for a policy, or people yelling that we don't need a policy, we're really happy. And so today I want to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence in the idea of librarianship, and we're going to dream, dread, and deconstruct. Are you guys getting tinny feedback? Should I go back to the other? Should we try this? Okay. Let's try that one. Is that all right? Oh, better? Hello? Now you can't hear me? All right. No, not better. I will do my Mariah Carey invitation and speak into this. How about this one? Testing, testing, testing.
Yeah, you gotta hold it.
Gotta hold it. Very good. Use my bass voice. So dream, dread, deconstruct. We're doing a project with a bunch of state libraries in the US, and we're saying, and we're in the US, I don't think I need that part, but anyway. And when we began to think about what is it that we were going to do with the project, actually, the State Library of Hawaii suggested this model, which is we need to dream, dread, and deconstruct. We need to dream, is this a chance to do really cool things? Can we use this as a way of advancing librarianship and our mission? We need to dread, is this a place that's going to put everyone out of business? Is this something we're going to have our machine overlords, et cetera? And ultimately, we need to deconstruct, which is we need to do, particularly what this group of librarians is good at, which is breaking things. We need to go in and find out what works, what doesn't, what's its limits, how do we do this, what we're going to break. So that's the goal here, is to talk about AI in a realistic fashion. And if I could just get a sense, well, how many people would say that you're like really good at AI and you're building your own chatbots? How many of you would say, I played with it, I made a pretty picture and I cheated on an exam? Yeah, very good. It's not cheating. How many of you would say, I haven't tried it? How many of you say, I just don't care? All right. So I want to give you a little bit of basics as we run into this. You can't read this graph, I know, so I'll repeat it. This is the hype cycle, which is the Gartner Group. If you're not familiar, Gartner Group is a really good consulting firm that I think mints money from organizations trying to figure out the future. And many, many, many years ago, they realized that the traditional bell curve of adoption of innovation didn't work, right? This is Everett Rogers, where you have innovators, and then you get early adopters, and an early majority, and a late, right? And laggards, that's where we get that whole laggards term. They said it doesn't work that way. They said when you look at technology, what happens is people start talking about something, the innovation trigger, or a new discovery is made, a new piece of software, a new company, a new function. As people begin talking about, thinking about, usually without actually using or implementing, they begin to build up expectations for it. This is what they call the inflated expectations. So the idea is, well, AI could do something interesting. Maybe it could do this, maybe it could do that, maybe it could change the world as we know it. I think AI is going to replace the universe, right? That hype cycle, we get maximum inflation. Then what happens is you realize it can't do that. And so you go down, this is my favorite innovation term, to the trough of disillusionment. Okay? And then you figure out that while I can't do everything, there is stuff it can do well, and you move up the slope of enlightenment, where it's an informed conversation, and finally you end up in the plateau of productivity. So, you could probably, I'm guessing you guys have enough experience with Koha that you probably lived through this. Like, the next version will solve all our problems. It will allow us to get rid of unruly patrons. It will, feed the poor and help our undergraduate study, etc. So what I want to point out about this was one they made in 2023. It was specifically about AI. Two things to notice. First of all, generative AI is at the tippy top of peak of inflated expectations. Now, it's now probably about 6 to 8 months since this came out. It's probably busily falling down the trough of disillusionment as we speak. That's one thing to note. The other thing that I will tell you, though, is all these little dots are where things are. All of these dots are related to artificial intelligence. So generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, all these things is only one flavor, if you will, of AI. We've got other things from AI simulation, causal AI, we've got edge AI, no idea, knowledge graphs, cloud services, autonomous vehicles, all of these other uses. So if you have been thinking about waiting out AI, you're going to have a comfortable period for about a month. But really, the other thing is, we're now not talking about AI is coming, we're talking about AI is here. And I want to talk about what that means. And I want to give some definitions. So the first problem that people often get in AI, hold on just a moment, I'm in the wrong place. Oh, I got it. Just click. let's do some definitions. Definition number one, generative AI. This is what I call the Hydra, which is that you'll hear people talk about AI all the time. Which one do they mean? There's so many flavors, there's so many versions, there's so many approaches. It can be mind-boggling and frankly frustrating and frankly ear to tune out. So the first one that I want to talk about is generative AI. Generative AI, which is also technically the use of large language models, is AI that has scooped an enormous amount of data from the internet, and not necessarily in a legal fashion, let's be honest. So they've taken just about every copy of every ebook they could get, whether they licensed it or not. They've taken your rantings on Facebook about your uncle during Thanksgiving. They've found all of this information, grabbed it, gobbled it up without anyone noticing originally. And they build this system where people can ask questions and it will generate human-like responses. Generative AI works on the idea of massive amounts of text, by the way, and images and music and all of these things. It finds regularities in them, and then when you ask a question, I swear to God, it's like AI Mad Libs. It identifies the structure of your question, the structure of response. It has a bunch of blank spots, and then it, using sophisticated, frankly, algebra, figures out what to put in the spots. Can you tell me what the best integrated library system is? So it says, oh, I need a spot for integrated library system. I need to find the use of the word best. I need to find sort of what other language, and it fills it in, it generates an answer. And that answer is frighteningly good. Not necessarily accurate, who cares about that, but frighteningly readable. They've done the same thing with images. All the images you're going to see, except for a few in this presentation, are AI generated. This is my Chimera and the Hydra. Same thing. You ask for a Chimera and a Hydra, and it looks for all the uses, by the way, of text using those words, finds the average, and produces it. This generates a couple of massive problems that we as librarians cringe at. The first is, its job is to fill in these spots, to give you an answer. It's told to give you an answer. This is very much like the function of my father. He will give you an answer on anything, regardless of his knowledge of the domain. It was great to watch him play Jeopardy because out would come the question and he would give the answer, and then the person would give the right answer, and he would just like ignore the fact that he got the wrong answer. It's very anyway, so generative AI does amazing things. It's very human-like. We're going to talk about some of the limitations, but that's the one that everyone's talking about. Right? Other things that it does is it will make up resources. It will give you an answer. The data it's pulling from, it didn't necessarily access to that data. It has a currency problem. That is, to scoop up all of this text takes a long time and processes a long time. And so unlike search engines, which have sort of figured out how to spike it with most recent information, generative AI didn't know. When ChatGPT first came out a year and a half ago, it would talk about Hillary Clinton's campaign for the presidency as being current, because that's when the data was gathered, right? Now they're trying to overcome it, but it's still having these limitations. The other, we'll get to that later. Data-driven AI is the notion that you're also taking a bunch of data, you're crunching it, you're coming up with predictable paths. But this is data on a specific topic. So you can imagine taking things like searches for books on Amazon, or the idea of circulation data across all koha users. You can crunch that data wrangling, data science, whatever you're going to call it, and from that you can generate examples, you can generate responses. We're going to show an example here today of that. And then what I call project-specific AI, which is using these different tools and techniques to solve a specific problem. And we're going to show an example of that as well. So that's the first thing to know. When we're talking about AI, lots of different ones. Each one having its own limitations. The AI Chimera, anyone? Chimera? Percy Jackson, Chimera. What's a chimera? Perfect. So in ancient Greek, a chimera was the head of a lion, the tail of a serpent, and it was a bunch of sort of mashup. There's actually a biological sense that it's still used. I, just in case you're wondering, am a chimera. And you're like, that's great, Dave. Do you want to say that in public? Yes, I do. Because I have two different DNA systems in my body right now. I had a blood marrow transplant. My son was the donor. So I have my skin cells and muscle cells, and I have his blood cells, right? So if I ever rob a bank, I'm leaving blood evidence. Interesting fact, it turns out I inherited a genetic blood disorder from my son. So I know, I'm my own grandpa. It's a weird story. The AI chimera is my sense of saying a lot of what we do doesn't feel that different than how we did it 5 years ago. But the infrastructure and the technology that runs those things has become replaced by AI. So for example, if you drive a car and it has intelligent cruise control where you can get on the highway, set it at 65, which would be the legal limit, and a car, you come up to a car, it will automatically slow down, it'll pace that car. That's not someone sitting there making a bunch of different deterministic rules. They just took a lot of people driving a lot of hours in a car and came up with an algorithm that does that pacing. It's the same thing. So I have a Tesla. Don't yell at me. My kids were very angry. I said, I love when Elon Musk says stupid things, my car gets cheaper. They put out an update, and this is and Tesla is the most amazing 15-year-old engineers building the best iPad you can imagine, and then they put a car around it. Because they sent out an update to the self-driving feature, and the highlight in the release notes was, we have replaced 30 million lines of C++ code with our new driving model. And I'm like, who knows what that means? Who isn't frightened by that we don't need that 30,000, whatever it is. But that's what you see, is you see the replacement in these driving models. If you have a lovely watch, a smartwatch, and you've noticed that you walked for 14 minutes and forgot to hit the track mic because it doesn't count unless you track it, and it comes up and says, hey, you look like you're on a walk. And it's kind of like Clippy, but on your wrist. That's an AI algorithm. It built in, how do we track time? How do we track effort? How do we track motion? Those are all being generated out of AI. Your social media algorithms have always sucked, but now they suck with AI because they're using experience and how we find other things. And my favorite example of this is music. So I am a Spotify addict. I love Spotify. It is sort of my life is Spotify, right? And many people know that music can change your mood, right? If you're in a bad mood, you put on happy music, etc. So it's kind of interesting, how does Spotify figure out the next song to play? Spotify uses 3 different AI algorithms. One is it uses an algorithm to do sort of the content of music. This has this rhythm, it has this melody, etc. The other is it looks at other people and what they have listened to. People who listen to the song tend to like this song. And the third is actually a social media scraping tool where they see discussions of different artists and different songs in relation to each other. All of this, without human intervention, tells you what your next song is, which is potentially what your next mood is. And so AI is now just about everywhere, whether we consider it or not. So that's the first thing. So let's talk, though, about the hype for a moment. Because what we're finding is tremendously varied impact in the field. For example, the publishing world is currently in an existential crisis. I have to say, I've been around long enough, I've earned all this gray hair, that when the new tech comes out, I'm used to librarians going through existential crises, right? Oh my God, CD-ROMs have replaced their books and soon will replace us. And oh, the PC, no one will ask us questions. And then the internet put us out of business. And then Google put us out of business. We're still here. What I have to say is, with AI, I have not heard the librarian existential crisis. There are some cautions. There's a lot of, oh God, not another thing I've got to learn. But there's very little, I feel like I'm going to be replaced by this. That is not true in the publishing industry. In the publishing industry, they feel they're about to go out of business. They have a really interesting situation. So for example, many of the book publishers are running into the problem where, one, they're getting a lot of AI submitted materials. There are literary journals and academic journals and peer-reviewed journals that have, in essence, shut down because they've gone from 50 submissions to 5,000 submissions in a month. And they can very easily determine that's AI, that's human written, that's quality or not. But they just don't have time. They just can't deal with the volume of input that's coming. Amazon, Kindle, their publishing unit, where people could self-publish books, had to limit authors to submitting 3 books a day. To be really clear, a day. And that was when they implemented the limit. So one can imagine what it was like beforehand. If you're on Facebook at all, you're going to see ads for, hey, you can write a book tomorrow. Click, 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 publish. And you can. And it might suck, but it's Kindle. So, Amazon uses that. But like Amazon Prime to me is like the videos that even YouTube rejected. And then right, and then some brilliant piece on top of it. It's very odd. Anyway, so the publishing industry is going through this nature of we can just produce so much. What's a role? The other role that they're very much having to play this interesting line is, on one hand, they make money from content producers, authors, illustrators, right? And yet they're looking at AI that can provide editing support, can write, can create images, and right? So they're running into this, how do we utilize this technology and not alienate this entire community of creators? And they're trying to figure out what that fine line is. But you have in your collections today AI generated content. Period. You do. And so how do we deal with that? How do we note take it? How do we put it in a record? How do we search on it? Education. Education is now going a major shift. The major shift is we thought critical thinking was our main job, and we defined critical thinking as read and summarize. Right? Compare and contrast. We felt that the labor of reading and coming up with an abstract was a way of stimulating thinking and learning. AI does this extraordinarily well. If you haven't already, you're going to get a knock on the door from people like Iris AI and others saying, hey, we've got this great workbench tool. You can search this open repository, bring back 60 documents, search against the 60 documents, ask the documents questions. Create a chatbot just on those 60 documents. They're like PDF readers on steroids, right? But the problem with PDF readers on steroids is it replaces half of my curriculum, which is not happening, right? I would teach a class, it's perspectives of information, it's an overview of the field, and I thought, maybe I should implement a quiz or a test. And I put together a test, and ChatGPT aced it. It did really well. And I'm like, well, that's not gonna work. And so a lot of faculty were running around going, what do I do now? How do I teach this? If it's not the idea of synthesize, of create abstracts and compare and contrast, and the machines do this in 10 seconds and I can't tell the difference, not so much that's cheating, but really, what am I trying to provide in terms of a skill, and how can I do that? How can I make sure that these tools that are available are utilized properly? But that starts with the question of, what am I trying to accomplish? If I'm trying to accomplish the ability to read quickly and synthesize, it's done. If I'm trying to write an essay, it's done. Now we have to think about how can we craft this educational experience. So this is a huge issue. Social media and qualitative analysis. So many of you live in the life of quantitative analysis. You have more stats than you know what to do with, and you can look through them and we're going to talk about why AI sucks at doing that, believe it or not. But qualitative analysis. So Austin Public Library down the street, they have someone that wants to give a program. They create a record, which is what program they're going to give. They assign it to a librarian who's going to work with them. They put together the program. This is a document that they then track. At the day of the program, they sit there and go, about 80, and put in a number. But they also collect things like, was this good? Or have people come up going, this was an amazing program, it changed my life. Oh, my child did this. Get all this qualitative data, and they have an impossible time getting librarians to record the data. It takes too much time, it's too much effort, and ultimately, because they don't see the value coming back. The qualitative data, the stories go in, and they never see anything as a response. They never see utility to it. Well, what we found with just basic off-the-rack ChatGPT or Copilot or pick it of your flavor is it does a pretty good job of just combing through qualitative data and say, here's some top topics, here's some general areas, here's what they said in relation to whatever. And so we can very quickly generate the utility of qualitative data that has been a strong barrier beforehand. Now, I'm a qualitative researcher, and we can have a lot of time about the validity of that and such, but honestly, that's a really good cut and dry system. We're talking about data storytelling. One of the projects we're working on is how does a library use all the data at its discretion, from circulation, from reference transactions, from gate counts, from whatever, how does that turn into telling the narrative of the story? How is it that they report to the provost? How is it that they report to the mayor to get more money, to get more support, to understand what's going on, right? And what we're finding is these kinds of tools do amazingly well at integrating qualitative data into your narrative, into your storytelling. We anticipate many, many reactions, such as medical. We've seen example after example of crunching a lot of data has real advances in medical data. And this means we can finally go beyond you having every disease when you look at WebMD. So as an example, taking mammograms, being able to take mammograms, take a couple thousand of them where we've identified cancer, take a couple thousand where we've not identified cancer, run them through learning algorithms, and then it turns out with higher precision than radiologists, the computer can say there is a 98%, there's a 96% chance that this is cancerous or clean. And it can do it millions of scans every second, every minute of every day. We're starting to see that now happen. And so the question then becomes, what's the role of the doctor? How do we trust it? All these kinds of things, but we're anticipating very large impacts. And then I have bad news. It really kind of sucks at two of our major tasks, metadata generation and search. So we also see that there are things it doesn't do well. So for example, this was a query I put in, which was the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Can anyone see the problem? There are 5 horses. Now, to be honest, the Bible didn't mention the number of horses, but I have so many of these. I love coming up with these, right? So if you've played with it, this is not ready for prime time in many cases, right? I always say if you want to go back to your library, if you want to get your librarians into AI in some way, I say you have 3 different sessions. The first session that everyone has to have a computer, you say, try it. And the first reaction is almost, oh my God, this is cool, this is amazing, does a great job. The second time you come together, someone's done the first one, they go, what? Wait, huh? And then the third one is, oh my God, did you see this? Right? So we're gonna look at that. So there's room to grow and there's rooms to go forward. What I want to show you though is the progress that has been made and can be made. So what I want to talk about is AI in the catalog and metadata generation. Now, I am going to talk about tagging, which means that I'm going to be talking about unstructured vocabularies, but we'll mention them within. So the question is, can we use this to further our cataloging efforts or our special collection efforts and descriptions? And what I want to do is I want to walk you through the direction that we're headed. So direction number 1 is if we have a large collection of images, what we would do as good librarians is we would develop or utilize or identify an existing taxonomy in which we could apply these descriptors. Right? We'd either come up with our own controlled vocabulary, we'd use Getty's, we'd have some way of tagging these images. And then we would manually go through and tag these images. And when we do it, we know that's there aren't that many catalogers left in the world, but we know that it is a specialized talent. We worry about bias, we worry about different descriptors, we worry about precision, we worry about a lot of things. But it takes a lot of time. So the question is, can we begin to use AI and AI-like algorithms to do it? So the first example I want to give you is, I have that image on the top of that lovely woman, and I want to have the computer tag it for me. So what I could do is I can go into an AI tool and hope for the best. You can't see that. Do I have to move it? Yes. So this is a site called Zimler, and Zimler, it was, and let me tell you how cool it was. Zimler is a service that they want to build apps. They want to build image identifying apps. If you've ever had one where you said, what kind of plant is this? And you take a picture and it says, that's a hemlock tree. Don't eat, right? That's what they want to do. So they built a lot of these imaging tools. But one of the things you can do is you can go in and you can train it. So let's just pretend that I have two very simple tags. I'm going to provide images and I want to know if it's a cow or if it's a person. Very exciting. The way you do this is you find a lot of examples. So for example, there's a couple of hundred cow pictures in here of different kinds of cows, right? And if we go back and we have people, there's a bunch of different people pictures. Now note something very specific about these pictures. Pictures of different races, different genders, different ethnicities, right? Because if you don't train it on representative data, you will get non-representative results. We've all heard the horror stories. And then based on these different trained models, I can take an image here. I can upload an image here. And I can say, tell me what that is. And it says, it is 96.3% confident this is a person. And only 4% that it's a cow, which in this image in particular is so problematic. I didn't want to show it to you, but I want you to be aware of when you set up the data and when you set up the right question, etc. I've given this computer no other choice than cow, right? What it wants to say is it's 96%, which is a good score that it's a woman, but it's not completely confident. And so the only way I've allowed it to say, I don't know, is cow. So this is one way to do it. This takes a lot of computing power. It takes a lot of time to identify the training data set. Usually it takes hours to build a training data set. But you can see once you set it up, you could very efficiently begin to assign a controlled vocabulary to the system. It doesn't do hierarchy very well, but so far so good. But where's this headed now? What's headed now is with ChatGPT and with large language models like Gemini, like Copilot, et cetera, what they've realized is I have lots of examples of cows and women and people, and I have a pretty good ability to quote unquote understand what those ideas are without you having to tell me. In other words, I pre-trained this model. So what we can do now is instead of having to program it all out, is we can go to the second setup where we just use its programming. He says, hopefully. Yes, no, yes. There we go. So this is no training set, no training data. It's basically pulling from large language models that scanned the world, right? So nothing specifically that I put into it. And now if I want to upload an image, and now I'm going to upload a cow. By the way, I have a cow problem. It's not good, but I'm in Texas, so it's okay now. So I have it run on this image. And what this is going to do is rather than run it against my tags, it's going to come up and say, okay, this is 100% a farm. This is absolutely cattle, agriculture, and the pasture. I think they're about 80% that it's an animal. I'm not quite sure how 100% cow and 80% animal works. 70% beef, probably not happy for the cow, right? 50% milk, interestingly enough, that is a dairy cow. And then here's a bunch of freight tagging you want. So we can use this without any training, without any effort, with, by the way, zero technology skills, zero programming skills to create a system that will auto tag images at a large scale. Are there limitations? 100%. Is it going to be perfect in all places? No. Does it do well with our custom control vocabulary? You saw these steps you have to build to do your custom vocabulary, which is not just used without it. But we are at the point now with ChatGPT, with others, that you can simply throw in an image and say, tell me what it is. Or, I didn't bring this up today, you can take a Microsoft Word file, type all the terms you want to tag with as a boring, old, flat Microsoft Word file, upload it to ChatGPT, upload an image, and it will tag to that. Zero programming, zero effort. You can have to go in and create your own search engine, which is not through programming. You literally talk to it. Like I did this and said, you can only choose a word that's off this Microsoft Word. Stop making your own stuff up. You've got to pick one. You've got, right? So but you're talking to it. You're not actually going into Python or et cetera to do it. So AI has great and huge potential, but it has severe limitations. And frankly, as a library community, we're not thrilled with pretty good. We can discuss whether that's a good way or a bad way, but this is pretty good. Now, one other thing I've got to show you. I've got to show you a picture. So this is a cat, just in case you're wondering. Thanks, Dave. Great for a keynote. This is a cat, but it's not. This is a result. I was in Boerne, Texas, and we were doing a Let's Play with AI. And they were saying, well, we got this. We're working with the Historical Society. We want to do a thing about the Old West. And they keep wanting to put cacti in the poster. And there are no saguaro cactuses in Texas, so stop it. And so we were generating images, and we love a coloring book. So I started typing, but rather than typing cactus, I typed catus, C-A-T-U-S. And so ChatGPT made me a cat that's made out of cacti. I printed this out. They can color it in the juice section. It was fun. So if I go back now to the one that identified my cow before, and this time I have it identify my cactus. Remember when I said, if you ask for an answer, it will give you one? It's 100% an illustration, 100% a cat. There's actually no, is there a cactus in here? No cactus, right? So it will give you one. It will then give you a bunch of different tags you can do. So once again, not perfect, but potential. All right. So here's the problem with library metadata and AI. Here's the problem with your life's work and the field you want to be in. No. The first is it's sparse. The metadata that we work with the cataloging is not rich metadata. It's not meant to be rich data. It's meant to be consequential, right? If we add a term, if we add a subject heading, if we add a classification, we don't want it to be a long conversation about the ethics of Foucault. We want it to be philosophy. Right? We want to be able to get that right. What that means is when you're in large language model world or any data crunching, we don't have a lot of data to crunch. I was talking with a few colleagues of mine at the UT libraries. We were saying, imagine we would train up a chatbot on our catalog, and you'd go, hey, what's the temperature today? And go, I don't know, but I have ennui. Have you thought about reading in this area? It's not rich. It's also, our library metadata is precise, as I said before, but large language models and AI seek averages. They seek most of, they seek the standard, they seek the average. And so when you're trying to be precise, you don't want the average, you usually want it to be an exception, right? In information, it's a difference that makes a difference. It's not everything, it's unique to its inherit. So AI doesn't work really well. Now we can talk about some partial solutions. Query expansion. Someone puts in a term, someone puts in a phrase, someone hopefully puts in a paragraph. We can run that through large language models and we can expand a search. We can find tags, we can find things that we can expand a search on. Yay, that's kind of cool. We can do digital document summarization and tagging. That is, instead of saying, here's a really sparse metadata record for a really rich piece of full text, we can say we're amplifying or connecting this sparse data to a really rich but concatenated abstract that we could generate on the fly. Generate language translations, be able to translate those digital documents, search against them, etc. And just like we talked about doing qualitative analysis, these tools actually do a good job in AI data visualization. Built into Excel, the most recent version, is what they call Copilot, is an AI. It will help you create a pivot table if you don't know what a pivot table is. It will help you analyze data that you may not have the statistical chops to do. In the next week to 2 weeks, we're going to put out a call to rural libraries who want to learn how to use AI to analyze the data coming out of their catalog. Right, so how to visualize it. We're going to use ChatGPT-4. We're going to use Excel's system, right? This is something that is really kind of fun and cool. But the real trick and the real power of libraries and AI is AI as augmented intelligence, not as artificial intelligence. So I'm going to give you a reference example. And the reference example is people asking reference questions. Hey, I need to know this, right? And so in Texas, we looked at chat reference, and we took a number of representative chat interactions. We took the transcripts that the librarians had produced, anonymized it. We took the same query, put it in ChatGPT, and created ChatGPT. We then went to students and said, what do you think? It was a little bit more structured than that, but not much. And we found really interesting results. The first is that students could very quickly identify the AI answer from a human answer. Two, they initially doubted the AI answer. We have done a very good job of building a skeptical student population around AI. That's a good thing. But they either liked or they liked them both. They really wanted both of those answers. Because it turns out, for example, AI gives, once again, my father, will give you an answer. And they like an answer. And those damn librarians would often make me do something, right? And so they wanted both, but they often wanted them in different times. If I'm just starting a research process, I want ChatGPT to give me the universe. If I'm about to turn in my thesis and I want to make sure I didn't miss anything, I want a librarian there who understands our resources and can run them. And so the answer to will AI replace reference librarians is no, but it will help them do their job better. There's a famous line that AI will not replace librarians. Librarians who know AI will replace librarians who don't. Right? We're looking at a community college in the local area, happens to begin with the letter A, their initials. Talk to their librarians. They said, whenever I get a student, the first thing I do is take the query and run it through ChatGPT. Not for the answer, but the same way that we used to use and still do Wikipedia. Which is, it gave me a bunch of terms to start with. It gave me some potential areas to look at. It gave me query terminology. Right? So how can we put these two things together? Back to our tagging. I may not be comfortable letting the machine tag something that automatically goes into the catalog, but I'm happy to get some suggestions and assistance. I don't want this to report my data, but I want this to help me understand my data. And so how can we look at augmented intelligence? And what we're seeing is the current and future of AI, at least within the 2 months that we can predict, is this idea of librarians and AI working together and finding the right mix and finding where they are. It's very much the same method that we had to figure out with Google, that we had to figure out with Wikipedia, which is it's a tool. And unlike publishing, where it's existential crisis because it replaces or potentially replaces, here it amplifies. We've already made the transition from our collections being the truth and we hold the truth to we help search regardless of where the resources are. And we do it much better than others do. It's like, for example, Google. Let's pick on Google. Okay, let's do that. Google made a change about a month ago, where the first response to Google is an AI generated response, right? And we're all pissed off because we all quickly just zoom past it because that's just we were ads were anyway. AI discovered that reference is hard. And Google tried to go from pointing to potential answers or sources of answers to generating an answer. And they thought it was as simple as synthesizing the potential answers. It is not, and it never has been, right? So you got things like, if you weren't aware, look it up, it's hilarious, look on Google, it's hilarious. Things like, you should eat small rocks every day to ensure you have enough minerals in your diet. 3 cigarettes a day is fine for pregnant women. Running with knives, I'm not making this one up, running with knives can provide excellent cardio workout. If you have problem keeping cheese on top of your pizza, pour glue onto it. Now, when they went and said, where did this answer come from? They found The Onion, they found Reddit, God help me, Reddit. Let me be really clear, Reddit and Google have made a deal. So that's where it gets a lot of its answers? Yes, have a moment. That's where we actually understand the difference. And so not replacing us with AI, but how can it help us do our job better? How can it help us in identifying resources? How can it connect different materials together? So I want to give one example specifically around the catalog space. Reference authoring. The idea of being able to quickly build libguides on the fly or other reference resources on the fly. Once again, maybe not without human supervision, but that notion of, boy, I'm getting a lot of questions currently on ethnic representations of female politicians, and I don't have time to sit down and do that. AI can say, here's an on-the-fly one. And you can look at it and decide whether, but at least it's the first draft, right? We can begin to do things like identify what's happening really quickly, what kind of books, what kind of materials, what kind of queries, what kind of transactions are occurring, and quickly generate resources based on that, that at least the first draft comes from AI. Integration of reference into the catalog. We know that not everything in our catalog is particularly great. This is the definition of a great library, is a library full of lies, 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 right? But what we do know is in reference transactions, we not only get a reference to a resource, we get a qualitative assessment of that resource. This is the classic reference example where if a reporter comes up to a reference librarian at a public library and says, I need a really great resource on hate groups using the web to recruit children, the answer might be, here's Stormfront, great resource. A 10-year-old coming up looking for an after-school activity, not such a good resource, right? Context matters. And we can begin to pull that context from other things the library does. Our programming, our reference, our outreach, our libguides, all the other information production that our libraries currently do, we can begin to integrate within our resources and take our anemic data and take our highly specified data and add appropriately expansions and more context, right? And so we could do things like course integration and linking with real data. So imagine we have a book in the catalog. So this is my academic library friends. I can give you public examples and school library examples, but for a moment, we have a book in our catalog. That book may be referenced within a syllabi. This is my syllabi example. It may be referenced by a professor during a lecture that was recorded, and we can instantly transcribe with the use of AI tools. We can then connect that book through this syllabi. That syllabi also mentioned this book. That professor also mentioned this YouTube video, this other article. We can begin to not simply expand the data there, we can connect it together. We can create a flow. So over time, someone can say, ooh, I'm interested in that book. Did you know it was used in a sociology class? Oh, that's interesting. Did you know it was also used in a fine arts class? Well, that's really interesting. Did you know it was also used in a, right? We can suddenly find things that we never knew existed. And suddenly these professors in radically different parts of the school are talking to each other, or should be talking to each other, because they're reading and referencing the same material. Now when we go to build chatbots or AI reference tools or train these things, we're not training it on our sparse data. We're using our sparse data to connect to very rich data that AI loves. And now we can begin to build different systems. So as an example, this semester, my students will have not only access to recorded lectures and previously lectures from previous years, they'll have access to a reading list and the full text of them, thank you, library. And this year, they'll have access to an AI chatbot that they can ask questions of those materials and that lecture. And they can begin to, hey, I'm thinking about this for my term paper. What do I know about that? Oh, it's in this article. Oh, he talked about it this time. Oh, let me hear that clip. Now our sparse metadata, our koha, becomes the center of an AI expansion instead of, oh, that's poor metadata. It's on the side, right? We can counter when Google grabbed all of those ELC data that they could point to our collections, and they never did because it wasn't enough hook. It wasn't enough data for search engines to catch on to. Same thing with AI. It's not rich enough. But we, not within our one system, but across our enterprise, have lots of rich and powerful data that doesn't exist. We can now contextualize. Did the syllabus reference this article and say, this is the worst article I've ever read, don't read it? Or did they say, this is really great if you want to know about this? Now when people come to our catalog and they say, I'm looking for a good book on, I'm looking for a resource on, the answer comes back not just from this matches your metadata query, but this is the context that came up. This was a central part of a discussion around topic X, Y, or Z. This is a whole hour on why that book is what you need to read. And the tools to implement these are becoming easy from our point of view. In other words, we don't have to get into Python. We don't have to do C++. We can link to these systems and use these systems and program these systems with our voice. Dave, will we still run into issues of hallucinations? Yes, you will. Dave, will we still run into a caddis problem? Yes, you will. So that doesn't mean we shouldn't start talking about it now and trying it and see where it works. And with that, deconstruct. ChatGPT does one thing. What does another system do? It has better systems, etc. I just want to end with one last thing. Narratives. AI has extraordinary opportunity for the library community, not in terms of its technology, not in terms of its implementation, but in terms of changing the conversation. What do I mean by that? Well, we all are aware of our happy book banning brothers and sisters. And they have a narrative, right? Parents' rights in the public space. Right? I, as a parent, I should be able to dictate what my children has access to. And the lamest response we can come up with, but not every child. It's like, all right, so you want the pornography to be available to every child but my child, right? It turns into a narrative trap. It is structured in a way, the narrative around book banning, around parental rights, to make librarians seem wrong. It's built that way. And so by engaging in this, we engage in their narrative. What if we change the narrative? And we do. We're getting much better at this, by the way. Much, much better. But AI gives us a chance to say things like, highlight the work we do for workforce development. Highlight the work we do around outreach and social equity and all these other things. And so the idea, for example, that if we built an AI training, an AI workshop, an AI session to help people in our community get the skills they need to find jobs, it gets really hard for, say, legislators to go, those grooming, lib, pedophile librarians do a fantastic job preparing tomorrow's workforce. Narratives matter, right? So AI gives us a chance to introduce ourselves to new populations, change the conversation from a losing narrative. But whether we talk about that or not, here's the narrative I want you to care a lot about. It's the most depressing slide I've ever made. Several years ago, a Nobel economist, winning economist, and his wife were in Montana looking at some data, and they found something that didn't make sense. They found that the life expectancies, particularly of men, was declining. Men were dying younger in the United States. Now, why this was so important is if you were to find a developed nation, first world nation, whatever you want to talk about, there's very few measures that work better than life expectancy. If you were to track from 1900 to 2000, you would see a rise of life expectancy in the US and in England and in Sweden and in Denmark. Because we did things like put good sanitation. And a big thing is we learned how to deal with heart attacks. We learned about cardio care, people on statins, people doing all these other things. We've improved lives. But they were finding suddenly life expectancy was going down. And when they looked at the data, it was going down in a very, very unusual class, which are white, middle-aged men. Now, I don't know if I'm going to burst your bubble. Turns out in the United States, white, middle-aged men have it pretty well. Like, we're not struggling with a lot of stuff. So they're going, what is going on? They, by the way, have looked at data and they found out it was happening also with people in the African American community. They found it was happening with women. They were happy, but it was happening in the middle age. And when they looked for one variable that tied everyone together, it was the presence of a 4-year degree. People who had a 4-year degree had standard, expected, and increasing lifespan. People without a four-year degree were dying younger. When they looked at what they were dying of, it changed also. They weren't dying of heart attacks. They weren't dying of disease. They were dying of drug overdoses, complications from alcoholism, and suicide. And it was breaking all the demographic shifts. Suicide is a horrible, terrible thing. And it tends to inflict the more educated and younger parts of our population, not middle-aged white guys. And when they began looking at it, they called these the deaths of despair. And because a four-year college degree, it wasn't what they learned in college. It was frankly the fact that they could afford college, right? 4 years of college degrees are expensive. And so there's a socioeconomic status. But they also then looked at access to healthcare, and they looked at participation in politics, and they looked at participation in social systems. And what they found is people were dying without college degrees were also socially isolated. They were people who did not have a strong network of which to pull from. Professional network, we saw a decline in religious populations. They didn't have a religious community they were a part of. They weren't connected. The Surgeon General came out with a report last year that said social isolation is the equivalent of smoking 12 cigarettes a day in terms of life expectancy. Honest to God, hard economic demographic data was demonstrating isolation as a killer. The reason I bring this up is twofold. One, AI is currently dominated and being built by the richest companies in the world. Google, Meta, OpenAI is Microsoft. They're the same group that built social media. They're the same group that replaced engagement with conflict. That is, it's one thing to go and look at pictures about people having a good time, but you're going to stay longer and see more ads if you're pissed off. So you put up and you see that lovely picture of your nephew, and under it someone said, "What a fat kid." You're going to, by God, be there yelling at someone about their fat kid. Greater anger, greater engagement. This is the same group that's building AI. And they're talking about building assistants, and they're talking about changing search, and your mood and music, and they're talking about virtual reality simulations. This is the organizations that we, as librarians, not only have to keep track of, but honestly have to solve its problems. This is people describing the symptoms of depression, by the way, self-diagnosed. The dark blue is before COVID, the light blue is after COVID. The people reporting no signs of depression, almost 80% before, only 50% after. People talking about moderate and severe, you can just see the data. We know that our communities are hurting, whether those communities live in a place like Round Rock, whether they go to a school, whether they go to your college, whether they teach at your college. There's a huge amount of social isolation, and it is deadly. We need to talk about how libraries save lives, how libraries create social connection, how we bring people together, whether it's to learn AI, whether it's to use AI to come up with the next product. The idea is to get them in a place. If you drive about 40 minutes north of here, you'll hit this little itty bitty town called Gerald. In Gerald, which is the library is half the size of this room, every Thursday night, a group of elderly women show up for a book group. And you're going, turns out they're all recent widows. Turns out what they're really doing is they're a self-help group. But they can't say that, particularly their generation. So they call it a book club. And the library calls it a book club. And the library just happens to write books for the club that are about grief and about getting over these areas. They create social connection. That same library, in the summer, the parents came and said, "We have a huge population of teenagers with nothing to do, which is never safe." And so they made them all into volunteers. They came in and they would find materials and they would help out with different groups, etc. And they were suddenly connected together. The narrative we need to talk about, whether it's AI, whether it's how we build our collections, digital collections, is how libraries save lives. Our reason for being is not to circulate books. Our reason for being is not to occupy space. The reason that the community came together, talk to Michelle,
around this brilliant building was not, we really want the books to have a nice house. They wanted a place where the Round Rock citizens could say, I'm part of that. I own that. I have a place to go. I can connect to people. We built training rooms and meeting rooms into a library. We create public spaces. We have programming to connect. Why? Because we connect people. Why? Because libraries save lives. Why are we using open source software which frees up resources that we would have had to pay to a proprietary system? Because we can use that money to build collections and programming and bring people together and save lives. Why are we spending the time to create new services? Why are we licensing ChatGPT so people can have workshops around it? Because it comes in, they work together, that saves lives. That's an argument that is important. We know in academic environments, we have students who are homeless. We know that part of our student population are going through mental abuse in their dormitories because their roommates are crushing them because they're LGBTQ or they don't meet their area, and we know they flee to the library as a safe space because that's where we save lives. That's the narratives we need to look at. So as we look at COA, and as we look at AI, and as we look at all the things we can do with the system, the ultimate question we need to ask is, how does AI help us save lives? And it does that by meeting our mission requirements and helping us do what we do better. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time this morning. I hand the baton over to you, sir. Oh, that's what we do. Just a slide. Okay, while we're flipping around, questions, comments, thoughts? Anyone gonna try something when they go home? Yeah, literally. I
don't need
get
them?
from library. How do I
Okay.
get my staff involved? How do I get them starting a conversation? I said, play, 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 play. Sit them together in a room where they feel safe. Everyone's got a laptop, and have them try and make a cast. Have them try and make different stories and different shows. So play with it. And by the way, if you have any questions or thoughts or arguments, whatever, please, I'm online. Reach out to me. I'd love to have a conversation.
Yep. Oh, it is duplicated. Okay.
Any other questions?
All right. Next presentation is Koha Has Your Back. Karen, will you? Oh, there you are. I was, yeah. So this is presented by Karen Collins, and I'll get you started here.
Okay, sure.
Bob, secure that microphone.
Yep.
Well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here at the conference, and thank you for the presenters.
Do you want this?
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to the organizers and to the other presenters also for being here, and thank you for thank you for accepting my program. So, Koha Has Your Back. The title really came and was inspired by the importance of backing up. And backing up, and we all know as librarians and working in the information field, the importance of backing up our, not just our files, but other, you know, just our information and our information systems, and making sure that backup is a critical part and plays a critical part in our information technology ecosystems. So that is where the title comes from. My name is Karen Kalmans, and I am from the W.E. Upjohn Institute in Michigan. So I don't know, someone else is, I thought there was someone else from Michigan when I came in. He was at the desk, but in any case, is there anybody else here from Michigan? School. Okay.
Michigan native.
All right.
Don't count.
All right, very good. Well, welcome to all from wherever you're from. And again, I hope that this is going to be a great conference for all of us to get to know each other and to learn from each other. Okay, so let's get started. Let me go through agenda here. Okay, all right, so,
Arrows.
okay,
Try
all right,
this.
yeah,
Um,
oh, okay.
Second here,
Okay,
get that fixed. Hey, Bob? Bob? Are we sharing here? Oh, I got it. I think so.
Okay.
What did you, okay, sorry, I'm not
Just trying to
mindless.
advance
I'll let you
it.
do it. Yeah, it's not showing.
and while we're waiting,
Slide.
I didn't mean to leave out the folks who are attending virtually. Welcome to you all as well. So while we're waiting for this, for the slides to come up, as part of my introduction, and as part of the whole point of this presentation, is to think about koha in a non-traditional way. So traditionally, koha is a catalog. So it's a resource for folks, for us as staff members, and also for the public. The public side is the OPAC. And to find items in our library, or items that folks can check out. However, koha can also be used in a non-traditional way. And one of those ways is as a backup tool. As an example, what is this? Right. Okay, and what are newspapers generally, newspapers used for or used as? Yeah. Does anybody have any other ideas about how a newspaper can be used? Yeah.
I need to do some spray painting the other day, and I was sad, there was no newspapers in the house to put down.
Okay, so they can be used sort of as a drop cloth. Yeah, in home improvement projects. Great idea. Thank you so much for participating. Any other way that you can use a newspaper?
I just went back to Michigan, and on my vacation, I researched, my husband and I have never been able to agree on the date of our first date. And so I thought, oh, we went to see a movie, and they changed the movie. They canceled what it was because it had an R rating. And I bet if I can find that ad, I can nail down our first date. So got out the microfilm and found the ad, and darn it proved him right, not me, but.
All right, well, that's great. Yes, exactly, as sort of a historical resource. Okay, great. Anybody else? Yeah.
Morning ritual.
Okay, morning ritual. Yeah.
West water.
Okay, glass water. Great. Well, thank you. Yeah, one more.
I burn them to start the charcoal in the drill.
Okay, great. Okay, very good. Well, great. Well, thank you all so much for participating. I appreciate that. So that is the point of this presentation, to think of koha in a non-traditional way as a backup tool in your already existing technology infrastructure. So let's go over the agenda. I have an agenda for our time together today. So first of all, the introduction. Then we'll talk about the institutional repository in terms of backing up the institutional repository, then the archives. Then I will address any kind of questions that you all have, and then finally the conclusions. All right. Okay, and I have some goals for us today for our time together. And then, yeah, so first of all, to learn why Koha can be used as a backup tool and how it can be used, to understand how it actually works, how that functionality can be put into practice. And then the last thing, that is what you will actually do if you're interested and if you feel like it's relevant, will be to apply this session or some of the things that we talk about in this session today back at your home libraries. Does that make sense? Okay, does anybody have any questions before we go on? Okay, all right, very good. Let's move on then. Okay. All right. So the first way that we can use, or the way that we use in the Upjohn Institute, we use Koha as a backup tool is with our institutional repository. Who here in the audience, if you feel comfortable saying has an institutional repository at your home library or your home? Okay, you have an institutional repository. Okay, anybody else? Okay, all right. Well, at the Upjohn Institute, we have an institutional repository, and quite frankly, it's always on. And we need it to be always on. We need it to be accessible. We need people to be able to get to our research whenever they need to, whenever they want to. And again, our repository is the showcase of what we do at the Upjohn Institute. Because we study, we do research, and we publish research, the researchers do. It's the institutional repository is really it is our public face, and it's the showcase for all of the work that not all of the work, but a lot of the work that the Institute does. So, and we also have our work is primarily open access. So that is another reason why it is very important for the institutional repository. Yeah.
People on YouTube are hoping you can hold the microphone just a little closer.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that. Thank you for the virtual attendees and that thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that. So I will try to hold the microphone closer. All right. So the bottom line is the institutional repository is important. We need it to be always on. And we need to have we call them products. We need to have the products available and accessible for folks to download. Now, so because of that, we have all kinds of things in place as part of our technology infrastructure. But one piece of that puzzle is Koha. And we use Koha, we create records, and then we attach files to the actual MARC record so that we have a backup of that product, of that research product in the catalog. And it's just one part of our backup plan, but it is a very important part of the plan. So does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, all right. Now, we had one person volunteered and said that they have an institutional repository. I don't know what your backup, or what your technology ecosystem looks like at your home library or home institution, but if you were to consider using Koha as part of your backup plan, you would have to take some things into account. First of all, you'd have to make some decisions about whether or not you wanted to implement something like this. And it may not be necessarily, since there was only one person, you may not have an institutional repository, but maybe you have something else that you would want to back up. So think about what else you might need, what might need backing up, and make some decisions about that, if Koha could be a relevant player. And then if you do decide to move forward, you would have to implement some policies in terms of that. And then finally, workflows. And workflows are really where you would decide how you would add the files, when you would add the files to the MARC records, and so on. Any questions? All right. Okay. Now, this is the how-to portion of the presentation. So you have now gone through all of your considerations. You've decided you are going to use Koha as part of your backup plan to back up. Again, it may not be your institutional repository, maybe it's something else. But now this is the time you are ready to move forward. So the first thing you have to do is to go through and verify your settings. Now, I'm not going to go through each and every step, but I will refer you to the references at the back of the presentation. I referenced the Koha manual. And again, the manual will change with subsequent updates. So you will simply have to go to the latest manual or whichever version of Koha you have currently now in your library or home institution. There is a section in the cataloging part of the manual that will walk you through step by step what you need to do. There's also a Monday Minutes about this, about how to attach a file to MARC records. So, all right. I'm gonna go back now. All right. So, screen sharing. Okay, I don't want to stop. All right.
I'll just start sharing it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so going back to the how-to portion. So again, I'm not going to go through step by step, but the first thing you have to do, if you decide that you are going to use Koha in your backup ecosystem, is to verify your settings. And that's either whether you do your own system admin or you have a vendor do your system admin. You want to go through and make sure all those settings are in place. The next thing you'll want to go ahead and do is verify that you've got the plugin installed. Make sure that everything is there. And then the next thing, then what you want to do is use, instead of, if you're using, you generally use the advanced editor, you're going to have to use the basic editor. And that's, does everyone know what I'm talking about when I say the basic and the advanced? Okay, all right, you're good. Just wanted to make sure. So you're gonna want to use the basic editor, and then you'll add the file in the 856 field. A couple of screenshots. This is the plugin. And then this is the, well, you can't, but this is, you should have a link to actually upload the file. If everything is in place, you should get that link. And then from there, it will simply run you through a series of prompts and you'll be able to attach the file. Now, I checked with Bywater before this presentation about file sizes, types of files, and so on. They said there were no limits. However, I have not run through and tried to attach every single type of file there is. I've not tried various file sizes and so on. So because of that, I just want to add that caveat, make sure you all know that you'll just, if you have issues with certain files, you'll just need to reach out to either your, whoever does your technical support. Does that make sense? Okay, all right, very good. All right. So that is the how-to portion of that. And now the second use case for this backing up, I wanted to talk about the archives a little bit. Who has an archives at their home institution or library? Okay, you have an archives. Yeah, we also have an archive at the Upjohn Institute. And it's private, but it truly is a treasure trove of information about the Institute, the history of the Institute and so on. And we have both physical and digital items in the archive, but the archive is a very important part of our Department of Information Services. So Koha also plays a role there. We use Koha to, again, back up items, obviously, that have either been born digital or that have been digitized. And it plays a very important role for us in creating sort of a safety net for those items. And again, it's just something to think about. Even if you don't have an archive, maybe you have something else at your home institution or library that you want to save or back up. All right. And again, as you're thinking about what it is that you would like to use Koha, you know, what other non-traditional use that you could put, you know, that you could bring Koha in and that would serve your needs. Again, take into consideration, you'll have to make some decisions about that. You'll have to create policies and then also workflows. Okay, now, does anyone have any other questions? Yeah.
What was the specific name of the plugin again?
The plugin, the name, let's go back here. Let me go back. It was, wait a minute. It was. Okay. It was upload.pl. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And so what kind of file formats are you actively backing up in your Koha?
Well, in our Koha, we generally just back up PDF formats, PDF files. Yeah, thank you. What about the folks online? Any questions?
I'm not seeing any questions online right there. No.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I will just say, just because I worry about speed and, you know, performance, check as you're uploading lots of images. If you do upload images or documents, make sure you communicate with whoever your provider is, or if you're self-hosting, make sure you just look into it, because the more documents or PDFs or images that you put down, it could potentially slow down your system. So if you notice that, just make sure to communicate that information, you know, because you want to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, I was gonna ask then, do you all have any other tips? Yeah.
A lot of times we'll see tickets come in where people will say, oh, I want to upload images or documents, you know, to our mark records in the system. And we just make sure to communicate, like, you know, how many records or how many files. That way we can build the server large enough to handle the requests to keep the indexer moving efficiently. So just communication.
And while you've got the mic, I've got actually a question for you. Is there a way to batch upload files? Is there a way to match
No.
files to records with like biblial numbers or something like that?
I
Okay.
don't think from the staff interface there is. We can probably do it from the back end, but Kelly's already typing into Bugzilla right now to see if somebody has submitted a request.
Okay.
Yeah, not on the staff side, but good enhancement requests that maybe we'll file them. Answer.
Well, yeah, I'm just if there was some sort of if somebody had some sort of a project, you know, some sort of a large project and they wanted to, yeah. Does anybody else have questions for the Firewater team? Thank you so much I appreciate that.
I'll be in spirit here, Nick would have gotten them.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, well, I guess we'll start the coffee break early unless somebody else has,
But there's something to go on my mind here.
okay, very good.
Oh, never mind, it's more of a technical issue.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's fine, yeah. All right. All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you. You know, while we're still here, are there any housekeeping items besides the baseball game that need to be addressed or?
Restrooms.
Restrooms are right down there. So just, yeah, they're first right outside the main room. Other than that, I think in the technical issues we were having, I didn't actually formally introduce myself. So maybe I should do that right now. But, my name is Bob Benhoff. I work at the Colorado Library Consortium, and I am this year's koha-US president. My wife has taken to call me Pocus instead of POTUS, and thus making her Flocus. So, yeah, welcome to the conference. We're underway, and we're gonna take a bit of a break here, and we'll be back at, somebody was scheduled.
10:45.
10:45, we will, local time, we will resume. If people want a tour of the library, Rhonda is standing right here. She is the person to talk to.
Do you want to mention the rooms that are available for people if they want to?
I do want to mention the rooms that are available. Thank you, Andrew. We have booked several rooms. There's rooms on all 3 levels that are available for use. I don't remember what they are all called, but if you find a staff member, they can direct you to that. You can use those rooms to do some quiet work, to do some collaboration, whatever you need. So just ask somebody, and there's plenty of space available here at the library. All right, enjoy your break. Thank you.
We have an understanding of what's being weird about slide advancements. Seems like it's getting some problem, but I don't think it can help really.
So we'll see what we need to have, but I think we just need to share. Yeah.
I don't believe anyone has said my friend. Oh, that's great. So I need to update my slides. Okay. I mean.
You could just, we have them in, yeah.
Yeah, there's just a folder sitting on the desktop. It says
Cool.
day one, but if you
All right.
want to open your slides from your.
No. I'll chunk them in here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're our
This
next
thing's,
person. Wonderful.
I am next. Oh,
Yeah.
I have to pull one of these out. Oh, here it is. Awesome. Yeah, my USB drive is dying slowly. So, whoops.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you're
Whoops. Come on. Oh. Come on, dude.
And you know, you can feel free to log into whatever you need to log
Oh,
into.
yeah, I mean, multi-thing. I can just do it in here, right?
You learn as you go.
Whoops, let's see here. I'm gonna go desktop, day one. Wait, save. Yes. Awesome. Close out this. Out. Now.
So just a couple of tips to think of. We can eat. You can do the lav mic. We can try that again. Otherwise,
I'm okay with the microphone.
You just have to make sure it's like
sure
because people.
I may just keep it like this and all right, hey, all right.
Yeah, you
if
could.
There's like a monitor I could like get on like yeah, right.
And that'll probably work well. It's just, yeah, people have a tendency when they're holding it to just keep slowly dropping it as they talk, and it just needs to be.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it up high.
And if you're doing questions, instruct them to wait for me to give them the microphone.
Okay.
Otherwise, the people online won't be able to hear it.
I tried to type the questions
Cool,
in the chat box.
Yeah.
The other comment online was that they did have a little bit of trouble hearing. I think it's
Yeah,
a
and
combination.
that's what we were just talking about.
Okay, perfect.
So as long as I think people are speaking in the mic or standing here, we'll be fine. But he's going to do both. He's going to stand here and speak in the mic.
Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going over there?
I'm going to remind
Everybody
speaker as they go.
And one of the problems with online is that by the time I read a text in the chat that says, could you ask them to speak up, it's already 30 seconds past.
Right.
But then by the time I talk to the person up here, then it's another, it's all this lag.
If only we had an AI that could just like take dictation and convert it to like a snappy, weird British accent and just like play it through YouTube. We don't have to worry about that. Right. Sure.
We're here today to talk about koha.
Yeah.
Fuck
your koha. Well, it's half an hour or so then.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time to rewrite it.
Yeah.
Somebody. Better. It's not very loud.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
You say something to that.
Do you know how many?
You have to. Where are you about to go? I wish it was better.
I believe we are unique. We are unique.
Same things in our back pocket.
I believe we are unique.
Something I'm gonna run another career that wants to
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not really.
No, we one of these up here, so when I forget it, I'll be shouting at you.
To replace the
Jade, some more.
The next time I have to end my
So what did you guys think of those Round Rock donuts this morning? Did the question run through your mind? Why are these orange? Right? I've heard a few theories. I've been here since 2018. And I've heard a few theories. The one that stuck the most is that they use egg yolks in the mixture, which seems a little too simple to be true, but maybe that's it. All right. So, okay, you guys hear me out there in the void? All right, great. You guys can hear me in here? Yeah, all right, great. Yeah, so my name's Jason Bachet. I'm a cataloging librarian here at Round Rock Public Library. Like I said, I've been here since 2018. And the last time I gave a presentation at koha-US, things were very different. It was 2020. I was in the cataloging office across the street in the old library, which is now mostly gutted, speaking into my computer. I think I was talking about macros or the advanced cataloging editor or something. I can't quite remember. Oh yeah, I got a thumbs up in the back. My colleague back there. So I'm glad to be here in person. Glad to see all of you. So many faces. Some I recognize from different SIGs or past Koha events, and lots of new faces too. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So this is going to be an introduction to batch MARC modification templates and batch bibliographic record updates in Koha. So really quick, how many of you guys are experts doing batch record modification? Come on, don't be shy. All right, a couple. Come on, don't be shy, guys. No, I'm not talking about item modifications, bib record modifications. Come on. Okay, all you guys who raised your hands, there's a third of a Texas-sized donut back there that needs to be destroyed by the end of my presentation. I think there are a few tacos too, so no. In all seriousness, I am not an expert by any means in using this tool. I certainly have gaps in my knowledge. And so at the end, when we have questions and comments, if any of you guys want to fill in those gaps, keep me honest, help shed some more light on this tool. It's a great and flexible and helpful tool for any kind of like catalog processing, catalog maintenance, processing records to be imported, stuff like that. So what we're going to do a kind of an overview of the process using an example from a project that I did. We'll look at a few other templates, the modification templates, and then at the end we'll do a real-time example. Not so much just for the example itself, but so that you can see. So we can kind of go through this process in real time, and you can see kind of what all the different drop-down menus do, which you won't see in the screenshots that I do, in the first part of the presentation. So, so if you have questions, let's save them for the end, and we'll just do them all together. We can go back through slides if we need to and revisit things. So, hey now, I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. All right. Great. So, as the name of the tool states, so I guess they're two very closely related things. You have MARC modification templates, and you have batch record modification in Koha using the cataloging module. And so you can't have a batch record modification without using templates, right? So we'll kind of get into both of those. As the name states, it provides a variety of actions for modifying MARC records or a batch of bibliographic MARC fields in a batch of bibliographic records. I'm told that this also can be used to process authority records, but as I don't do anything with authorities, I'm not going to speak to that at all. So we'll just focus on bib records and kind of the limits of my practical experience with this. In doing projects, it's largely been adding and updating local collection notes, column number subfields, item types, and then also deleting subject headings from records for vocabularies that we don't use, right? So we don't use Sears or FAST. Most of the foreign language ones, like I've seen in the last 8 months, maybe a lot of French records, RVMGF. And so it's a nuisance to have to go through and to purge all those individually from records. So this is a nice way to kind of like eliminate those in one fell swoop, when you're importing or however you're, whatever the workflow is. So one thing I'll say about the modification tool as its weakness or its limit is that you're not able to add indicators to mark fields. So I find this particularly troublesome for subject headings and genre form headings, right? It's easy to delete subject headings. It's not really easy to add subject headings. For example, I have almost 3,500 manga records to which I'd like to add the appropriate LCGFT heading, but because I can't add that second indicator 7, then I'm really better off doing it all in MarcEdit, because if I were to add this using the batch modification tool, I would probably most likely have to go back through and add that second indicator 7 individually to all these records, and no one's got time for that, right? But so thankfully there is a related bug that's been in Bugzilla for a while. It's number 21860. I've been told that it's on koha-US's list of bugs for potential funding. So here's hoping everyone get on your computers and go to that bug and talk it up. Once you learn like how great and flexible this tool is. So here's hoping it gets voted on and that can get added. So it'd be a great addition to a great tool. So let's so I'll also mention there are I kind of mentioned the types of actions that I will usually perform with this. In the slide, there's also, you'll see down at the bottom, there are several other modification actions. You can move text from one field to another. You can copy fields. You can copy and replace fields. I won't really be talking about any of these because, one, I don't have any practical experience doing it, and two, I have kind of a hard time thinking of like what sorts of situations someone might need to do that in a bibliographic record. But again, maybe someone who has experience using those can shed some light on that subject at the end. So there we are. All right. So for those of you guys who are familiar with batch item modification, you'll see straight off as we look at the kind of the process overview that it's quite different from batch item modification, right? With batch item modification, you've got your list of barcodes, you plug them in, and you've got all the list of the different fields that can be added. They're all right there. So you've got your variable fields, you got your drop downs, you change what you want to change, you hit the button, and boom, it's done, right? With this, it's a process that goes through a sequence of steps. And so we'll go through this with some slides from a recent project that I did, which was processing a large batch of donated Great Courses titles. So you guys all familiar with Great Courses? It's usually like sets, bundles of DVDs with books or CDs with books. So we got a huge donation from someone and it filled up, the better part of 2 carts. And so, we went through it and, imported all these OCLC records and, made my list. So I had my list of biblio numbers, which, right, we use barcode numbers for batch item modification. For batch bib modification, we use the biblio numbers. So that's, keep that in mind. So I had all my biblio numbers and so I chunked it in and we'll kind of walk you through the process here. So just really quickly, I kind of condensed the steps here. You've got, you create a new template or you modify an existing one. You upload the file of your biblio numbers, you apply the template, and then you press the button and watch the magic happen. It's really that easy. We could probably just end there, but we won't. So let's get started. Oh, no, more. We're not done with the donut yet. All right. So if you go into the cataloging module, first thing we need to do is construct our template. From the catalog editor, we click on Mark Modification Templates. And what you can do, templates can be built new from the ground up, or you can take an existing one and duplicate it and then edit things or add other actions or remove things as desired, which is really useful for something if you have if you're doing something where, say, like what I mentioned before, where you're going to be removing a lot of subject headings with from vocabularies that you don't use. It's a lot easier to just duplicate a template that already includes that rather than build in all those actions one by one by one by one. And we'll get more into that in the next step. So what we'll do is if we click on new template, right? And then so here we have, so this is the template that I had constructed for our Great Courses cleanup here. And so you see each of these rows is what they call an action, right? So the action, so a template could include a single action, or it could include dozens of actions. And this one, I mean, the bottom half, so this one has 20 actions. A lot of them are, very similar. Like if you'll see, lots of, delete lots of 6xx fields for different vocabularies. You'll see one thing you'll notice here. So actions, they can be unconditional, right? If you look at the rank 1 action, add new field 092 subfield A with value GC. That's going to be our call number prefix. And so that is just do this, period, right? Other actions are conditional, right? If you look at the second one, delete field 600 if 600 subfield 2 matches Bizach, what's the official pronunciation? Anyone?
Bisac.
Bisac, thank you. All right, Bisac. All right. But so we have these different types of actions. On the left-hand column, you see change order. And that I've only used change order to arrange my actions numerically by mark field. When I'm cataloging, I use the advanced cataloging editor. So I'm used to just seeing the flow of the record top to bottom numerically. And so arranging these actions in that kind of order helps me to visualize what's going to be removed, what's going to be added within the context of the mark record. Now, I'm sure that depending on what sort of conditional actions are specified, it seems that change order could have a more complex and meaningful use, but I've not encountered any of that myself. So it's possible, I'm sure. And maybe someone else can speak to that at the end. Finally, one thing I should mention, regex here, or regex, as some people will call it, stands for regular expressions. And there's an option we'll see when we go into, actually here. So if you click on new action here, down here, you can add a new action and you see the, the drop downs, entries, and you see over there on the far right, there's a little regex box. And now honestly, I don't really know, what the value of using regular expression versus a normal, irregular expression is in this context. For my limited use, the normal language, the normal expressions work fine. So I will not really be delving into regex here, but know that it is an option for those of you who are more skilled and knowledgeable about regex. So we have our template. So if we wanted to add a new action, we would use this. Again, when we do our little live exercise, I'll kind of show you the different drop-down menus, what they do. And then you just click add action, and then you can use the change order to arrange it as you like within the template. So once we have our template done, we can apply it to the desired group of records, right? We have our batch of biblio numbers. This could be from a report CSV file, could be manually entered, right? And if those of you who use batch item modification, you'll recognize those two entry methods also. One difference between the two is that with batch record modification, you have an option to submit biblio numbers from a list that you've created in Koha. So if you make lots of lists, you can import that directly rather than converting it to a different kind of file. So we would add our record numbers, And then down towards the bottom, you see template here in red. And you would have your drop-down menu of all your different templates. We choose the one that we want. We click continue. And then again, kind of similar to the batch item modification, we have a list of all of the records that are going to be updated or going to be modified. And if you click on the show mark button, it will show you a list of the record that as it is going to be. But, and maybe this is another weakness, maybe, I mean, weakness is too strong a word, but another thing about this tool is that when it displays the mark, it doesn't highlight the changes that are going to be made, right? So say you're adding a 500 note, it's not, the text is all in black, it's not going to show that 500 note in green or red, or it's not going to show in red things that are going to be deleted, right? Like you see if you're merging records, you can see what's going to be chopped out, what's going to be added in. So you can very clearly get a feel for, okay, this is going to work or this is not going to work. I need to go back and keep working on it. You still can, but it's just not quite as obvious. So at the end then, once you've got your list, you just click on modify selected records and then you just wait for the magic to happen. And again, depending on how big your batch is, could be really fast, could be not quite as fast, but then you can go back through and you can check your records and make sure everything looks good. On that note, one thing that I would strongly suggest is, and when you apply a template for the first time, it's best to test it on a small subgroup of records, obviously, right? If there are problems with the record, we only want to have to go back and fix 3 records rather than 100 or 1,000 or whatever, right? So yeah, so just a word to the wise. So yeah, so the process template's applied, the process is run, and that's that. So I'll show you. I'll show another example of a template that I created for a large batch bib modification project. So in this, we had created a new item type for graphic novels and manga. So the former I type was book. We had created a new one for comics, so we needed to update all the 942 fields in the bib record. And so what I ended up doing, and this is, like I said, some are very short. You have like one action, you have dozens of actions. This one has a few, and you see they're all pretty much identical, right? So this was just a matter of, getting all the records that have these, that match these call number prefixes, and then updating or adding the new 942 field comics for those. So it's a pretty straightforward tool. It was really daunting. I remember the first time I tried to do batch record modification, I don't think I had really been trained to do it. I'd been trained to do batch item modification. So that must be very similar. And so, imagine my surprise when I go, what is this template thing? And so I was a little freaked out at first, right? Oh my gosh, this is really complicated. But it really isn't. I mean, it can be complicated, but it doesn't have to be. No, not quite there yet. Oh, so one other thing, a handy use for modification templates is that you can, when you're staging records for import, you can modify those with templates, right? We have import profiles, which are sort of like that. We kind of specify we want these fields added, don't want these fields in it. But so you can use them in conjunction with or in lieu of import profiles when staging records for import to give extra flexibility in processing, right? So say you have a batch of records, and this may not work for all of your imports, like from a vendor where you get a huge batch of records that may be like mixed media, right? There might be comics or kids books or fiction or whatever, all kind of mushed together. But so it may be more useful if you're importing kind of like more carefully selected or grouped batches of records, say from OCLC or somewhere, where they're all going to be the same file or same media type. So for instance, like say we have, a bunch of DVDs and Blu-rays coming in from somewhere, right? You may have your import profile for that, but you can also then, you can, if we create a template, right, we can update our 092, our call number prefix, depending on, right? So we see like in 3 and 4, right? So we update our existing or add new field 092 subfield A with the value blue if the 347 subfield B matches Blu-ray, right? Or DVD that matches DVD video. And similarly, we can update the I type this way. So we can tailor things a little more with a template and not have to do as much when we go through, we have our import profile, and we have to go through and kind of like modify individual records in there. So, and this template did not take long. This template took maybe 10 minutes to make. And so, I don't know, it's just an example of a way that you can add some more flexibility to your import, your record import processing, and that much less time you have to spend sifting through and deleting fields from the record as you're cataloging. Oops, not to the end yet. So now we're going to do a little exercise just to kind of walk through this in real time. Again, mostly so we can point out some of the different drop-down menus, and you can see that before we finish and we have time for questions. So I'm going to jump out of this. I think I'm still sharing. Very good. Yes. Whoops. Oh, sorry. I have to get into my Koha here. Talk amongst yourselves. Eat donuts. Eat tacos. Ah. Gosh. Ah. It's beep, boop, boop, ba. All right. Let's bring this over here. This will be a little interesting. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to the cataloging module, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Make this a little bit bigger. All right. I think that's big enough. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go to so before I jump into this, we have to specify what are we doing, right? So I'm going to be adding a note to most of the Dungeons and Dragons books in our print RPG collection. So this note is going to tell us that these are supplemental materials that require the core rule books in order to play. Okay, easy peasy. So first we're going to we'll make our modification template. So we go to modification templates, and we see all our templates here. Default is unhelpfully not alphabetical. You can make them alphabetical if you want. So we could, again, you can duplicate templates if you have a lot of things to add. We're just adding a single 500 note. So we're just going to make a new one. So I got a new template. Come on. Ah, here we are. So again, this gives us yet another choice. Are you sure you don't want to duplicate a template? Yes, I'm sure. I'm positive. I'm good. Thank you. So I'm going to say D&D supplement. Whoops. Submit. So we have no actions in here. So we do click on our new action. Either way, takes us to the same place. So this is kind of what I really wanted to look at here with this. So we see all of our new action possibilities. We can delete something. No. We can add new. Yeah. Update existing or add new. Right. You saw that in some of the other examples. And then here are these 3 mysterious ones to me. Maybe some greater mind than mine can share about. Move, copy, and replace. We're going to add new. So we're going to add new fields 5. So the first little field here is for the actual mark number. And then the second one is for the subfield, right? Not the indicator, the subfield, not the indicator. Right? So subfield is going to be subfield A, and the value is going to be supplemental material for use with the 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons core rulebooks, handbook. Monster manual, dungeon, master's guide. This is kind of frustrating here. You only have this tiny little window, but fortunately, oh, period there. Fortunately, we'll have a chance to review this before we actually apply this. So now this next line, this is where we could start adding conditional things, right? We see if or unless. So if we click on one of those, then it opens up some more things. So we could, if this was like a bigger, if I was working from a bigger list, I could say if, say field 092 subfield A matches, D and D or whatever, right? Whatever I wanted to do. And then if I knew anything about regex and I knew it was helpful, I could click this button, but I don't, and we're not doing that. But so we don't need a conditional statement here. Oh, and then description. This is just sort of like if you wanted to say adds a note, adds 500 note, right? However you want to describe it, but we don't need to do that because this is just, this is just for well, not for fun, but this is for this, right? It is for fun. Yeah, of course. What am I thinking? Okay, so we're going to add this action. Now we can see it. Add new field 500 subfield A with value supplemental material for use of the 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons core rulebooks, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and Dungeon Master's Guide. Of course, if we see that there's a typo or something, we can always go back in and edit it. And then it's there it is. We don't need to do that. So we've got our template done. Now we can apply the template to our list of records. So let me go back to cataloging. And we will go to batch record modification. I don't know how many times I've gone to batch item modification on accident and been stumped for a moment before realizing batch record modification. So here we have our options. We could upload a file. We could select a list of records, right? I've got all our libraries lists here, or we could just enter a list of record numbers, which is what we're going to do because I only have 4, right? This is a new template. I'm not going to just chunk a bunch of stuff in there. I'm going to start out small. Okay, so let's see here. Whoops. And then space or a line. Whoops. Oh. Okay.
Looks like a chunk to me.
It's a very little chunk. It is a chunk. But relatively speaking, it's a small chunk. I mean, it's not a huge list to begin with, but it's still a smaller chunk. Okay, so we've got our numbers. Now we're going to select our template. Yes, so thankfully here, this is all nice and alphabetical, so we don't have to hunt and peck. D&D supplement. So we go to continue. And then here we have our list. All right, that gives us our bib number, our title. We can click on show mark, and here you'll see what I was talking about earlier. It's all this nice, lovely light gray. Even our new 500 notes, gray. But it's here, and that's the important thing. So we can close out of that. So now all we have to do is modify these records, and we're good, right? Let's press the button. The job has been queued. There's no turning back. All right, so that's probably long enough to. I'll try the first one. Into the Borderlands, not board, not that kind of board. No way. It's great modules. Okay. Into the Borderlands. Here we are. First one. Okay. Whoops. Come on. Here we are. Okay. So I'm just going to click on Edit Record, and we're just going to see if this is shaken through yet. Well, I hate this. I'm sorry, fans of the basic editor. I'm not a fan. I can't do it. Whoops. All right, here we go. Scroll. Yeah, here we are. Yay. All right. Huzzah. More appropriately, right? Huzzah. Okay. So that's that. So just for completeness' sake, well, here we are. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, don't go back to the start. Go to the end. All right, there we are. That's all. Any questions, comments? Anyone want to share their wisdom or their experiences with batch modifications, bib modifications, or specify, right? All right.
There was a comment when you were talking about regex.
Yes. Is that the official pronunciation?
That's what I always call it.
For regular expressions?
It's, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. I'll run with it. Regex, that's cool. It's like vegan, right? They're not eating vegetables, right? Anyway, sorry, George, your the comment, yes.
We called bisac.
Bisac, right? It's like bad 90s slang.
Regex, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Nobody cares. So Carolyn, I believe Carolyn is in Librio, said regex is super useful if you want to change part of a field.
Oh, part of a
she
field.
says, for example, she uses it to change parts of URLs when they make proxy servers. So you can use the regex to isolate a piece of a field and just modify that one piece.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Carolyn. I knew I was going to learn something here from this presentation today. So yeah. Uh-oh, it's the Monday Minutes gang. Look out. They're coming after me.
There's a Monday Minutes on regex.
Oh, I know. I saw it. There's the batch item one. But I watched it like 3 times. It's like, why would I want to use regex? I mean, you described how to use it, but not why I should use it. I maybe I missed that part. I don't know. Sorry.
For example, we used it, but that wasn't why I wanted the microphone.
Oh, okay, great. I'll go back and rewatch the Monday Minutes episode. I'll get it this time.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Okay. I have a question. I never thought about this before. In one of your actions, you had delete 856.
Yeah.
There was no subfields. Will
Yeah.
it in fact delete 856 and all the subfields?
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
And so if you had delete 500, because when we were looking at that Dungeons and Dragons record, there was multiple 500 fields.
Right, but I chose to add a 500, not delete. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but if you had said delete 500, would it in fact delete every
Yeah,
one?
it would delete all the 500s. If we go back into here, but this is kind of a quirky thing. And I'm not quite sure how this would
There's like 4 there.
why this would be used. But if we go, oh gosh, come on, man. Come on, arrows. So if we go into that template, to edit actions, I'm just gonna go, so if we go new action, so we could do delete. If we did delete all fields 500, it would delete all the 500 fields. But there's this weird thing, you can delete just the first 500 field. So if you know that it's all, the things you want to delete are all the first field of that mark number, then yeah, then they would only delete those. But you can't delete third or fourth, just first. It's another bug maybe, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I was pretty sure that it did that, but that's pretty powerful to understand you are going to delete.
Yeah,
every one of those.
And that's where the conditional stuff really comes into play. Yeah, because you don't want to just delete all your subject headings. You only want to delete the ones, you only don't want to delete the ones in German that you're not going to use. Yes. Oh, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Wanted to tell you that I filed bug 37632.
Yeah.
Display mark modification templates in alphabetical order.
Oh.
I copied on it.
Okay, cool.
And I'm about to file a bug to suggest that we get a nice diff view.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Andrew. That's awesome. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
I wanted to also wave at bug 26869.
26869.
Okay, so right now, you talked about using the modification templates as you're importing records.
Right.
Koha will let you use a template there to put 952s into your record to make items.
Okay.
It won't let you do that if you're editing a bib that already exists in your catalog.
Oh.
So bug 26869, if anybody's interested, is currently sitting at needs sign off to make it so that if you create a 952 in your batch mod, it will also make items for you, which could be helpful.
Yeah. Okay, all you 952 fans, you know what to vote on.
Okay,
Actually, building off that example, that is
Yes.
a common workflow, create items at time of entry.
oh, okay,
And there's, I helped the library out where they had a replacement price in an O2O field. And I used regex to strip the dollar sign off the beginning of that and plunk that down into the
Oh.
952 whatever.
oh, nice, okay.
Prices, yeah. Because if you throw a dollar sign in there, it's not gonna accept it, it needs to be
Right.
numerical.
Mhm.
So regex lets you say, take out anything that's not numerical. or
Oh, okay,
alphanumeric.
It's helpful, thank you. I think there was someone, yeah, way in the back, getting your steps in today.
Library of Congress, LCGFT.
Yeah, I think you could probably do that, you just delete 650 unless, 650 subfield 2 matches LCGFT or LCSH. Yeah, I think you could probably do that.
So I was gonna also ask you,
Yeah,
when you run that particular program, because that is something that I used to do in my old ILS a long time ago, is to get rid of all those headings. I mean, how are you using a report to gather all those things together?
so we have some of it built into our import profiles, but there are lots of records that I pull in, like say from OCLC, that I don't use an import profile for, and so that's where a template could be very helpful in processing through that.
So you're generally applying this only to new records?
Yeah, things that are coming. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, you could, like, I'm thinking, we the subfield V popular works. I mean, for a public library like ours with a relatively small collection, there's not really a need to differentiate between astronomy and astronomy subfield V popular works, because we're not really buying a lot of academic works, right? So there's not really any need for that subfield. So I could have a cleanup project where I run a report to get all the subject headings that have that subfield, and then I could go through and I could process it with that template, just stripping out subfield V popular works. So it's very useful for catalog cleanup too. Sure. Oh.
So one of the things that you mentioned that you were confused, questioning how to use the copy and replay.
Oh, yeah, yes.
One of the things, and actually I use regex as part of it.
Oh, all right.
There's a small subset of records that I regularly import into Koha, where they come out of our institutional repository, and what I do is I take the URL, the unique identifier, the DOI, and I strip out the domain, keep everything else, copy that as the barcode.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, thank you. That's helpful. Oh, right. Back across to the other side.
Made sure I was the farthest away.
Yeah, awesome, yeah.
So I have a couple different examples of things you've talked about. So one, you talk about you're using it mostly for things you're importing. Some of the things that we've been doing with the records that are already in the system. We've been on Koha for a couple of years now, and from our old system to this system, we had about 2,500 records that were periodicals that lost their 773 parent record.
Oh.
And so I've been going through and identifying that, and then I'll do a batch update saying all of these put 773 because they all belong to that parent record.
Right. Yeah.
So we've been doing a lot of batch updating that way.
Makes a lot of sense.
And then one of the other ones is the move. Being able to move.
Oh,
things.
yes.
We're trying to update to RDA, and so we're moving everything out of the 260 to 260.
Oh, yeah. Great.
The current fields.
Yeah, that's really nice. But with that, how do you incorporate the second indicator for
a place of publication, place of distribution. That's what, yeah, I was thought about that as a possibility. And so you would have to go back in and specify, if only, if only we had a special something.
Yeah, we'll use Margetta for that sometimes.
Yeah.
For that in.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's great. Great use of move. Any others? Last chance to finish that donut, experts. Come on.
Well, there was another comment online.
Oh.
Joseph says, regex is great, but it's a great way of introducing even more problems into your life.
Oh,
And I
okay.
would second that. If you don't know what you're doing with regex, it's really easy to accidentally completely make huge mistakes.
Right. So test with a small batch.
Yeah. The other thing I'm gonna suggest is
One
maybe
record.
the koha-US Education Committee could look at maybe doing a regex training like we've done in the past.
Well, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome.
Or
Cheers
maybe
to
even
that.
coming up with the regex, a simple koha regex reference guide like we have with the other reference guides, so.
Great. Yeah, thank you. That would be really helpful, I think. Any others? Going once, going twice. Done. Thanks, everyone.
Right, we're on a lunch break. We will resume sessions at 1:15.
Is our stuff safe here?
I can stop sharing the screen,
Stuff
right?
is safe here.
Go ahead and stop.
Stop share.
If you have ideas for places, go to the koha-US.org website on the or something like that.
Go to the, about Round Rock, we have a list of locations. We, correct me if I'm wrong, but help me, but we sort of indicated which ones are downtown and which ones are around town. So if you want to walk, there's plenty. If you go over one block, there's, Main Street is like 2 or 3 blocks long. There's a bunch of places to eat there. If you're really up for a walk, there's a few more, maybe 6 blocks down, or if you want to drive someplace. But any of the Round Rock folks, they should have a host tag at the bottom of their badge. Can answer any questions about the area.
The trash fries at Liberty Barbecue are really good.
Yeah.
But not if you're a vegetarian.
We're just sharing the screen, not the specific app. So if you flip over to something, it'll flip over with you. Let's hide the floating toolbar. There we go. All right, you should be good to go. And yep, yeah, it should work okay. So you're not using the handheld. Okay.
Hopefully, this works. Yeah.
Well, if you get feedback, you can just hold the button again to turn it off, and then hold this button to turn it on. So if you flip over for some reason.
Looks like tomorrow.
Servers and computer. Clock is like perpetually reset it and then like reverts. So I'm always like, oh wait, what time is it? Because I just have it internalized that it's off.
Referencing
Yeah.
time servers, service report that's
I'm just gonna leave that thing alone. I'm just gonna leave that mic alone. Since we've got the.
So Bob,
yeah,
you're then introducing him. Just make sure his light is green on his back. His back.
Okay.
So you can't see it.
I can even push it for you if you want.
Right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll look for it. I'll let you push it. Are we good on time? Is it time to? All right, welcome back. We're gonna kick things off with tenacious tutelage, tips for koha training with Michael Adamic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Adamic, and I work for the Central Kansas Library System. And one of the biggest parts of my job is managing a consortial koha catalog for 54 libraries. And a big part of that is training libraries on how they can learn how to use koha and how they can help their patrons use it as well. Now, I'm not going to actually focus too much on technical aspects of koha. I'm going to take a bigger picture view, step back, and look at how you can improve at training in general. It will apply to koha as well as some other things. I know this is a koha conference, but I'm bending the rules a little bit. Before we get started, I want to ask you a couple questions. So if you just raise your hands, how many of you feel a bit nervous at the idea of training or teaching someone else? Okay. How many of you have ever been really frustrated when you're trying to learn something new, or you've been trying to help someone else learn something new and you just get really frustrated? Yeah. How about this? How many of you have felt like you're inadequate or maybe a bit of an imposter at work? Aha, gotcha. Well, I want you to know that we're going to touch on all those things a little bit today. First of all, a little bit about me. So I'm not actually a formally educated teacher or trainer. I've been training for several years. And for most of my life, I've been painfully shy from about 5 or 6 up until a few years ago. And I started working in an academic library after graduating college. It was a very small academic library, and there weren't a lot of people. It was very calm, very quiet, and it was comfortable, but I wasn't really growing that much. And so about 6 years ago, about 6 years ago, I stepped out of the academic library world and into the light and the public library world. And many of you know the public library world is a whole different animal than the academic library. So it was a bit of a culture shock. But one of the biggest things that surprised me, that was difficult for me, was answering the darn telephone. I'm serious. Every time that phone would ring, I would get this surge of anxiety and I would not want to touch it. But it was part of my job, so I had to do it. Finally, I realized, if I'm going to be doing this all the time, I should probably learn how to get better at it. So I started watching my coworkers, how they interacted with patrons on the phone. And I got plenty of practice myself. And over time, I started to realize I was getting a little bit more confident and a little bit more relaxed when I was talking on the phone. And then I realized this wasn't just on the phone, this was in all sorts of social situations. And about 18 months after starting that public library job, I started my current job at the Central Kansas Library System. And now, instead of just helping patrons with their problems, I was expected to teach library staff how to do their jobs. The first few times that I went out to train on Koha, I went with an experienced trainer, and you know what? The first few times, I just stepped back, let them do all the talking, and watched. You got it, right? But I had to start training on my own eventually. And so I still remember how terrified I was. The first few times I walked into that library alone. And you know what? I didn't do a great job at first. I kept learning and I kept growing. And over time, I've become fairly comfortable with the idea of how to help people learn. And so today, I want to share with you some of the things that I've learned along the way, some of the things I've learned from mentors and from doing research, and I hope you can find some of it helpful for your own work. So let's get started. I did go with the Western theme here, in case you didn't notice. First of all, let's start with what are some of the challenges of training? I'm not going to cover remotely everything, but I want to cover some of the things that I think are important, especially for training with technology. I believe you can turn challenges into opportunities, but you got to know the right way to do that. First of all, what are some of the barriers? As we all know, we had this presentation this morning on AI, and technology is changing faster and faster, and it's really hard to keep up. That alone makes it difficult to train on technology. Secondly, there's a lot of differences between generations. Some people grew up with all this technology, and they get pretty comfortable with using it and learning new stuff. You've probably seen a child who picks up a phone, and they start using it very quickly. But other people grew up and this is all new to them still. You can refer to them as digital immigrants versus digital natives. And so that can be a challenge, but you know what? That's not the only thing. Stereotypes are a challenge as well. Because sometimes, just because someone is older doesn't mean they're bad at technology. Sometimes they're afraid of living up to this stereotype that they are bad at technology. And so they just don't want to have anything to do with it. One of the best ways to get over all these barriers, in my opinion, is to make a personal connection with whoever you're training. You got to connect with them. And that's even more important in today's world, because if you look at how much we are glued to our technology and how rare it is to have those kinds of connections, it's really important. And it actually helps you to connect, if you can connect as equals, instead of here's the person learning and here's you up here as the trainer. If you can level the playing field so that they feel comfortable with you, then they feel comfortable making mistakes. And making mistakes is an important part of learning. Next, you got to prepare, you got to be ready, and you can't just walk into something. Well, sometimes you have to, but it's best to be prepared. I recommend that you have an outline if you're training with Koha and say, here are all the things that someone needs to know if they're going to use, let's say, the staff client. And then you start from there, and now you have a framework to build your training. There are a couple of questions that can help you prepare for training. And first of all, what's your goal? Think about what your primary objectives are as the teacher and what you want the person who is learning to be able to do. For example, if you're training a staff member who needs to know how to do pretty much everything in the catalog, that's going to look very, very different from if you're training someone who's just going to be running the circulation desk. That is what you could call fluency versus specific knowledge. I recommend that you write down maybe 2 or 3 excellent objectives that you want to accomplish during your training. But that's not the only thing to keep in mind. What's their goal? What are they trying to accomplish? Because if you can find what is motivating them to learn, maybe it's just they're required to as part of their job, but that's still helpful to know. And you can use that motivation to help them learn. We had a library director that we had a lot of trouble with her and technology. And she was constantly calling us with problems with her computer and trying to figure out how to do this with Koha. And one time, our IT guy got a call that she said, I can't use my computer. And he tried to walk her through all this stuff and it wasn't happening. So he drove 2 hours to her library and he found out the mouse wasn't plugged in. And so we just had this, again, this stereotype. She was older and we had this stereotype, oh, she's just not good with technology. And then later on, we found out that she's an accomplished photographer and she is a whiz at Photoshop. Well, obviously she knows how to do technology, but she had motivation to learn that technology, whereas with Koha, she wasn't really motivated to learn. If you can find their motivation, use that to your advantage. What do they need? I'm bad at this. I give way too much information because I like to know stuff, but most people, they just want to know how to do the thing, and that's it. If you overwhelm them with information, they're not going to remember anything. Okay, next. How do you actually do training and make it more effective? Before you start training, when you first meet the person you're going to be working with, you got to make a connection and make a personal connection. Help them feel comfortable around you so that they can make mistakes and not feel judged by you. I really don't like small talk. That's something I'm not good at, but you gotta do it. One of the things that we like to talk about a lot in Kansas is the weather. I don't know if that's the same here. Maybe it's universal, I don't know, but we like to mostly complain about the weather. Hey, if that's your open door, that's great. You want to encourage an attitude of curiosity. If someone's curious, they're less likely to get frustrated. Maybe they're trying to figure out, oh, I don't know why it's doing that. Next, try to observe them to see where they're at. If you're training on a computer and they sit at the computer, do they look like they're nervous? Do they look like they don't even want to touch the keyboard or the mouse? Or do they just dive right in and say, okay, let's do this? Because again, your training is going to look very different, whether it's someone who doesn't even know how to use a mouse versus someone who can do all sorts of stuff with the computer. That gives you a lot of information. Do they look like they're going to take notes? Then make sure you give them time to take notes and don't rush through things. Okay, I'm going to give you 4 things that I would call training essentials. Number 1, you got to teach them. Don't just walk through the motions and say, you're watching this, right? You got it? You got to come alongside and walk through it with them. Some people don't want to do that. They want to just watch you do it. But you know what? They don't learn much that way. So if they're feeling really hesitant, you can say, okay, why don't you do this on your device, and I will do this on my device, and we can go through it together. Again, the curiosity is incredibly important. And if you model that curiosity, it kind of becomes almost, they catch it as well. If you've got something that is really, really important for them to know, you got to repeat it multiple times. And one of the best ways to do this is, number 1, you will go through it with them, and then you step back, number 2, and say, okay, can you do it without my help? And you watch them do it. If they get stuck, you can help them. And then thirdly, say, okay, pretend I don't know what I'm doing. You teach me how to do this. Once they've gone through it 3 times, they know it really, really well. You don't want to do that with everything. Obviously, that's going to take way too much time. But if there's something that they need to know that's really important, that's a great way to get it in their head. You gotta be adaptable. Again, they're different learning levels up here versus down here. Maybe all you can train them how to do today is check out a book, and that's okay. If that's where they're at, that's what they need to know. Or maybe you can go through reports and you can go through administrative settings. Just be willing and able to adapt to where they're at. It's also helpful to have different format varieties. So if you've got a print tutorial and maybe you've got some recorded videos and you're working with them in person, you can tell them, hey, by the way, here's this print thing, you can take it with you. And if you get stuck, we've got videos, because that helps take some of the pressure off so they don't feel like I gotta get this right now. Make sure you support them as well. Make it a safe environment to try different things and maybe even encourage them to experiment. Say, hey, what do you think would happen if you click this button? Be careful which button you choose for that. Make sure it's fun and rewarding. We think about that a lot with kids, making it fun, but you know what? It works for adults too. And in fact, I've got candy for everyone. So I'm gonna start it here with Bob, if you pass it down. I hope that helps keep you awake after lunch, if nothing else. One of the best ways to support them is to show empathy and to bring yourself down to the level. I like to tell them things like, you know what? There's nothing that you can do, nothing you can break that we can't fix. I'm looking at the Bywater folks because I don't know if that's 100% accurate. But so far, it hasn't steered us wrong. Something else you can do is tell them a story of when you messed up, because they may think, oh, this is the tech guru, they know what they're doing. But if you can tell a time when you messed up, that helps to bring you down to their level. This is not something, so something that happened specifically at our organization a couple of years ago is somebody was playing around with the batch patron anonymization tool, and they deleted all 60,000 patrons in our catalog. That was an exciting time. But you know what? We got them back. It was a chaotic couple of days, but we were able to get the patrons back. And if you can tell them, look, we who should know what we're doing, we did this, we broke it in a really big way, and we were still able to recover, that helps them a lot. You don't have to tell them that every November the 13th, you have a silent day of vigil to remember the great patron deletion. And keep communicating with them as you're training. Keep talking to them. How many of you have ever called customer service on the phone and you ask them a question, they say, hang on a minute, and they put you on hold. And you sit there and you sit there and you sit there listening to the music that might be amazing, it might be terrible, and you have no idea what's going on. So this is incredibly important, especially if you're doing video or phone training, but even in person. If you've got to do something for a few minutes, look something up, make sure you tell them, hey, by the way, I'm going to be doing this for a few minutes, hang tight. And if it's taking you longer than expected, just check in with them. Say, by the way, I'm still working on this. I'm so glad you're still here. Make sure you conclude well. Once you're finished training, I like to ask them a couple of questions. Number one, have I fully answered all of your questions today? And number two, I didn't write this one down. But make sure you check in with them to make sure that they are fully prepared to step out of the training and they feel confident in what they're doing. Next, I want to give a couple of notes about accessibility because that's really important. This is going to be a bit more technical. I'm going to cover some technical things, and it's going to be divided into different types of training formats. First of all, for in-person training, make sure you're choosy about your location. Make sure it's accessible, so you don't want someone going up 3 flights of stairs and in the back to reach the training area. But you also don't necessarily want them to be in a really public space where they might not feel comfortable asking questions or making mistakes. So if you can find something that's a bit out of the way, but it's still easy to do, that's perfect. Make sure it's got good lighting. That way they can see your face, because sometimes people need to see your face and read your lips in order to understand what's going on. And try to steer away from distractions, especially noise. Next, keep in mind that you want to have some ways to help them visually. It's great to have handouts that are large and clear, maybe bigger, slightly bigger print than you would expect or that you would use yourself. Make sure you show them and don't just tell them. Again, that's that coming alongside and working through things together. And again, having handouts is very helpful. And you might be starting to see a theme here. You got to communicate with them. Be a bit more expressive, maybe. If it seems like they're having trouble hearing you, be a bit more expressive with your face, with your gestures, and make sure you are making eye contact as you're talking, and you're not just turning to the side and talking like this, and they can't understand what's going on. Make sure you leave lots of space for questions and for them to process things that they're hearing. What about video training? If you're doing recording or live video trainings, how do you make sure that's more accessible? Well, the obvious one, right, is to make sure that you've got really good video resolution. With most cameras and phones today, that's not going to be an issue at all. But make sure you check that, especially if you're sharing your screen and it's recording. Make sure it's clear enough that they can see what's actually happening on the screen. Make sure the camera angles and the lighting is good. So again, so that they can see your face and they're not looking up your nose or anything like that. Make sure it's in focus, because some cameras don't autofocus and you might see the great picture behind you, but not you. Secondly, how about visual things? I did some research and it turns out actually between 50 to 80% of people really prefer having subtitles on their videos. It's not just people who maybe can't hear very well, it's a lot of people. And so it's really important, especially for the shorter videos, to have those subtitles. Something that I like to use to help save time is otter.ai. It's a transcription app. And so it transcribes what you're saying, but then it uses AI to kind of interpret and hopefully fix some of those words that sometimes transcription apps get wrong. You still have to go through and make sure things are correct, but it helps a lot. Also, if you're showing a screen, make sure your cursor is nice and big. If you've got a tiny cursor, they can't see anywhere that you're clicking. So increase the size, make it unusually large, and make sure it's got a bit more contrast. Finally, this is the one that I think is the most overlooked when you're doing video training. Audio is absolutely essential. If someone can't hear you very well, or the audio is really off or garbled, they're probably not going to watch your video and they might not learn anything. So I would suggest having a decent mic. One that's close to your face is the best. So if you've got those earbuds with a microphone right here, or if you've got a headset that's got a mic right here, in my opinion, that's the best. Don't use your laptop mic. It usually doesn't work very well. And you can clean it up even further. So there's something I like to use that's called Adobe Podcast. And there's the address right there, podcast.adobe.com/enhance. And you can actually use it for free for limited, I think it's 30 minutes per day of audio. And if you put it in there, it actually goes through and it cleans up the audio and it makes it much clearer. You do have to have a little bit of video editing knowledge for this, because you have to extract the audio out and upload it and then put it back in the video. But it's not super difficult to do once you learn it. What about print tutorials? Please don't use Comic Sans. I'm sorry. I'm a designer and I hate Comic Sans. But just make sure it's a simple font and it's readable. And again, probably bump it up a little bit larger than what you might expect normally. If you're using colors, especially different colored text on the colored background, make sure that the contrast is good. There's lots of web tools like webaim.org that have contrast checkers where you can put in the text color and the background color, and it makes sure that this is accessible, and it even adjusts depending on what size the text is. You also don't want to rely only on colors to give information. And what I mean by that is if you print this in black and white or grayscale, does it mean the same thing as when you print it in color? Finally, the layout. Don't just have this wall of text that's all it is. Make sure there's room to breathe, lots of white space. Make sure you break it up with images to help explain things. And if you're using headers or subheaders, make sure it's clear where those are and what they are. Okay, sometimes it feels like that, doesn't it? What are some ways that you can deal with problems that often come up while you're training? What if somebody is just really confused? They just act like, I don't know what's going on, and just take a second, take a deep breath, and see if you can explain it in a different way. Maybe take a different approach. So if someone's having trouble understanding the patron catalog, you could say, well, have you used a card catalog before? And if they have, you would say, great, let's explain it in that way. On the other hand, maybe they haven't used a card catalog, but have you ever shopped on Amazon? Have you shopped on eBay? Okay, let's go from this direction. And then you can start to ask questions and to find out where exactly they started to get confused. Because where they are confused and where you think they are might not always be the same place. They might be 5 minutes behind you, and they are still trying to figure that out. And then break things down into smaller steps. So once you've figured out where they are and what's confusing them, break it down one by one and say, okay, let's go through this one step at a time and find out where the problem is. What about the dreaded situation where somebody asks a question and you don't know the answer? You gotta be honest. Don't just make up an answer and pretend you know what you're talking about. Say, I'm not really sure, but don't leave it there. You know how frustrating it is when you call someone on the phone and you ask a question, they say, I don't know, and they don't do anything with it. So one of the things you can do is you can kind of try to bring this curiosity mindset in, and you can say, you know what, I don't know, but let's find out together. And you start to go through and see if you can find the answer, whether you're just playing around with Koha or you're looking it up online. And encourage them to experiment on their own, because eventually you don't want to be holding their hand forever. And so you want to try and coax them into this mindset where they think, okay, I can find this out myself too. I can play around with this, and I can look up tutorials. I got this. And that way you can send them off into the sunset eventually. What about when somebody's getting really frustrated? Maybe you're getting frustrated. First of all, I would suggest actually calling it out in some ways by saying, okay, I can see you're getting frustrated. Why don't we take a deep breath and let's step back from this? And you could even say something like, I know learning something new can be frustrating sometimes. And then if you've got a story of when you were frustrated, this is a perfect time to share it. Because again, that strengthens that connection. See if you can reframe things, maybe instead of just being frustrated about something and they think they're running up against a roadblock, see if you can maybe get around it, again, by asking questions. And sometimes you just got to take a break, whether it's for the day or even for 5 minutes, or even just going on to something different. Finally, what if someone's just really scared? They don't want to mess this up and they don't want to touch the computer. First of all, give them easy wins. After you've worked with them for a bit, you may have a good idea of, okay, maybe they can't get this yet, but I bet they could do this, and start walking them through it. And if they can do it, you can say, awesome. And when you build those easy wins on top of each other, suddenly they're starting to get a bit more confident and they might be willing to experiment a bit. Something that my boss, Gail, likes to do when she's training someone is if they're getting stuck, she will have them sitting at the computer. She will step away and turn her back and say, okay, I'm going to walk you through this. Let's say I'm going to check out a book and I'm going to show you where to go. I'm going to tell you where to go and how to do it. This does a few things. First of all, they gain a lot of confidence in you as a trainer because you know exactly what's going on, even if you're not watching the screen. It helps them gain confidence in doing things on their own, and it removes some of that pressure of someone watching them doing things. We had a presentation earlier this year by Kieran Hickson from the Colorado State Library, and he presented for us at CKLS. And he shared this in his presentation, and I loved it. And so I wanted to share it here. These are the spirals of learning. So we've got our downward spiral, and we've got our upward spiral. You might notice something interesting. Uncertainty and confusion start the downward spiral. Uncertainty and befuddlement, which is another word for confusion, starts the upward spiral. And so if someone's getting frustrated or confused, that's not a bad thing. That's simply a normal part of learning. Where they actually start to diverge is right there on the third one. There is frustration versus curiosity. That's where things start to separate a bit. And so that's why I've been talking about this curiosity mindset, because if you can find a way when someone is frustrated to flip that around and turn that into curiosity instead, suddenly you're going upward instead of downward. And if a patron comes to you with a question or a problem, where are they on here? They're usually at least to the frustrated stage, if not much further down, right? And so keep that in mind and see if there's a way to flip that. It's not always easy to know how to do that, but connecting with them, asking questions, and modeling it yourself is a great start. You also want to encourage them to make mistakes because, again, frustration is a part of learning. And there is one thing on here, on this downward spiral, that I think is really important and really telling. One word that probably drives the entire thing, right there, self-doubt. If someone's not doing well and they're getting frustrated, this is probably not about you as a trainer or about the technology. This is because they feel like this is a reflection on them as a person. I'm not smart. I can't figure this out. I'm too old for this. I'm too young for this. This is too complicated for me. And so once you understand that, again, making that connection, putting yourself on their level, if you can tell stories of when you were in trouble and you messed up, it helps them to get out of that downward spiral of feeling like this is making me look like I'm really stupid, and to get out of that into the upward spiral. So trying to figure out where they are on this spiral when you're training them and you're running into a problem. That gives you a clue as to how you need to proceed in order to flip it around. But what about you? Where are you as a trainer? Sometimes it's you getting frustrated and not them. So you got to be mindful of that and be aware of where you're at. So I'm actually starting to shift a little bit from, instead of talking about just the people you're training, what about you as a trainer? I'm a huge believer in the idea that you can continue to improve and to grow constantly, and that's essential. That's an essential part of being human, really. So here are some things that I found that have been helpful to me in order to grow and improve. Number one, after doing a training, just start writing things down. I call it the brain dump, where you just get everything out of your head and write down things that went well, things that didn't go well, things you wish you would have done, things that you want to try next time. Reflective learning, and by that I mean learning by reflecting on your own experiences or the experiences of other people. So if you've had, let's say, a great customer service interaction, see if you can think back and say, okay, what were the things that they did that helped make this a great interaction? Or if you had a horrible experience, What did they do that made this a really negative experience? And I know a lot of us get caught in this comparison trap where we look at someone else and you think, oh, you're doing such a great job at this, and I'm just not that good. Use that to your advantage. Because if you can step out of that critical mode and into a curious mode, you can start to say, okay, wait a minute. Anybody can do this. They're doing certain things, specific things that maybe I don't know how to do yet. What are 2 or 3 things that they're doing that I can integrate into my learning and my training? Replace your criticism of yourself or of others with curiosity. Having guidance is incredibly helpful as well. If you can find someone who's a mentor or who can teach you different things and go along with you, that's very helpful. And then getting feedback. You want someone who's going to be honest with you. You don't want someone who's just going to tell you what they think you want to hear. Oh yeah, you did a great job. It was perfect. Probably not. But you do want someone who's kind and who believes in you and who cares about you as a person so that they can give you constructive feedback so you can continue to grow. And finally, you got to take action. You can get all this stuff in your head and think, oh, I'm going to be a great trainer. But if you don't step into the ring and practice, you don't really get anywhere. Because just like it is with patrons, for you, every time you fail or make a mistake is an opportunity to learn. You're probably not going to destroy the world because you didn't have a great training. So keep things in perspective and say, okay, I'll do this better next time. This is an image that I really love. Failure is not missing the mark. Failure is never even trying. Okay, so I will close in just a minute, but before I do, I want to see if any of you have any questions or comments.
I hate to admit this, but like you mentioned making the cursor bigger when you're doing videos. What's the easiest way to do that?
So I use a Mac and I go into the settings and you can just search for cursor size, but usually it's under accessibility settings.
Okay. I also did that. I didn't have to do it there.
Do you have a good product or way for, like, if you're making a video, subtitles on the video? Like, we use Microsoft Stream, but I don't think I know it's like TikTok makes it real easy to put the subtitles in there, you know? Is there another?
We use YouTube for our training videos, and
Okay.
YouTube has auto-generated captions, which are usually not that great.
Yeah.
But if you go into the settings when you're uploading a video, you can actually upload your own text. So if you just
Okay.
have a block of text,
Yeah.
and then YouTube automatically syncs it to the words.
People online would like the microphone.
I Googled that and it looks like it can have subtitles in Microsoft.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Michael, amazing job, and I think that I look back at, I remember another Koha, and we asked you to join us on Monday Minutes, and you're like, I'm not ready for that. So like, look at you now, like this
No
is
pressure.
amazing, amazing. And I think a lot of what you said resonated with me, as I was a former educator with Bywater, and it's really important, and I think from my perspective, you really hit a lot of great things, and I wish you taught me that before I did my job, because I could have learned a lot faster. But I think that one thing that I took away is I just thought I needed to know everything, and it's really your attitude and your kind of way to evolve or kind of pivot from our last Koha conference, pivot with that idea that it's going to be okay that you don't know the answer, but it's how you kind of handle that information. I spent a lot of time trying to cram everything about Koha into my head when really it was okay to say, I don't know, but let's press the button and let's do that. So, but great job, Michael.
Thank you.
Good job, Michael. I train at my library and you've actually already taught me some things. Some of the things that you do, I already do. Yeah, a lot of times you can fix things they break. Sometimes it takes a long time. Trust me on this. I will tell you this story sometime. But I have to say that you did teach me, and thank you, because the reframing the thoughts, the taking a break, those things. We get a lot of older people that can't do the Libby, or they think they can't do the Libby. They can usually do it once you talk them through it, but they get so frustrated. But I liked the reframing of the thoughts, and I just wanted to say thank you, because you've taught me, and I'm one that teaches others, so thank you for that. That was very good.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to add in, I mean, this is incredibly amazing. The only thing I would add is the fact that the way that you troubleshoot, the way that you approach broken things sets the stage for how they're going to receive your training. And I think what you said is like, it's amazing when you realize that, oh, if I'm grumpy when they say, why does this work this way? And they're not going to be amenable to my training. So kind of thinking that if that's all of the piece, that the way that you troubleshoot, the way that you answer the phone, the way that you say, like, you did what now? Is like, and then the day that you're their trainer, they're gonna have that, you did what now? In their heads. And so it's all the same. Troubleshooting is the same as training.
That's a great point. Thank you. Something that I learned from my boss is when the phone rings and you answer the phone, if you're sitting at your computer, actually turn your chair away from your computer, because people can actually hear the difference in your voice when you're looking at your computer versus when you're completely focused on what they're saying. Yep.
Do you have any suggestions for when you are training someone who seems like they just don't want to be trained or they don't want to learn what you're trying to teach them?
Well, you can't force someone to learn if they don't want to learn. But I think if you can go back to finding something that motivates them, if you can find a motivation, then that can be a key. And sometimes you have to dig quite a ways. But if you can find something you have in common and then go from there, that can sometimes be your way in.
There's only one online comment from Carolyn in Libro, and she says, very interesting. Also, I 100% agree with you on Comic Sans.
And papyrus. Okay, well, as I close, I want you to know that although you might not feel comfortable or you might feel nervous about training people, it doesn't have to stop you from being great. You will make mistakes, but you don't have to be perfect. That's okay. You'll learn as you go. And, you know, I went from being someone who could barely answer the telephone to here, doing a presentation at conference. I didn't do anything magical. I kept learning. I stayed curious. And I was willing to step outside of my comfort zone a little bit at a time. And you can do the same thing. And your patrons can do the same thing. It's all part of the learning process. Maybe you're going to work with a patron who has this attitude of, I can't do this. I just can't do this. Maybe you've been there yourself or you're there right now. And I think you can change the meaning of that entire phrase by adding a single word. Yet. I can't do this. Yet. I can't do this yet. I can't do this yet. And if you are able to embrace that in your own life and to apply that to what you're doing, it's so much easier to help your patrons embrace that mindset as well. And again, it's all about that connection. And you know what? Koha is all about connection. It's been about community from the beginning, and it's in the name. And you know what? This conference is evidence of that. And so let's continue to move forward and learn and grow together. Thank you.
Next presentation will start at 2:15. And now we'll break, we'll watch the break.
Do you want to do some rapid fires?
Sure. Do you want to be my lovely assistant? Why don't you?
We have an extra here. Somebody gave me extra earrings that were in their bag, so these become a rapid fire.
Why don't you select a prize from the prize table?
Obviously, big donut.
Big donut. Lori, Lorat. Congratulations.
Please enjoy your big donuts.
I did. Thank you.
A cunning hat.
Oh, somebody has written a name that ends in Cox.
Patrick.
Patrick.
Maybe? No, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Patrick Cox. Some people ran into that.
You have to be present to win.
Yeah.
It's recorded.
Wally.
Try the hat on for everybody.
Yes, you
Okay, I have another pair of little cowboy boot earrings. I don't know if everybody found a pair of cowboy boot earrings in their bag. Not everybody got a pair of cowboy boot earrings in their bag, but somebody had two and they gave me the extra one.
We have bags?
So you may have already won this, so.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Let's see,
it's gonna be me.
Danielle Elder.
Like the cowboy boot earrings. We have a patron at our library that is a wood carver, and he had made all of those earrings. And each bag has the wood that he used to carve the earrings, so they're different colors, darker and lighter. And I also have a stash in my office of hair, called barrettes. So I'm gonna put those out on the table in the back, and you can just help yourself to them. And there's also necklaces with little medallions that he's carved. He loves to do this. None of the Round Rock people are taking them because we all have plenty. Because he loves to do this so much, and at Christmas time, he comes and displays like a Santa village that he's carved. So it's pretty cool, and we really appreciate Mr. Bourne, who does this all for us.
We're gonna give away one more prize right now. It's going to be a mug with the conference logo on it. Karen England. Yeah. Excellent. I think we're going to now make sure the setup for the next presentation is good, so more prizes to come later.
Make sure the translator.
The audio sound is.
You got away. You close. Hello. You close. This computer's getting a little pokey.
Oh, where'd you get that?
Oh, it was on the table. I think there were more. Right, we're point of sale, right?
No.
No, acquisitions. Yep, I jumped one.
That's us.
Okay, so we're gonna go. Do you have speaker notes on there you want to see?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so we're gonna say don't use presenter view. Just do the thing. Sound is
And if we're
on.
trading off speakers, should we use the ice cream cone?
Probably.
Okay.
Check. Oh, was it supposed to be set to the echo canceling speakerphone?
Yeah. I want to try to get back to this just because the audio is going to be way better, but we probably don't have time to do that right now.
Yeah.
It's picking it up off of this versus the good microphone. So
Okay.
as long as you're just in this vicinity, it should pick it up well.
So does this matter?
Yes, because
Okay,
then we
the
could hear it in there. But yeah. Just
Okay. Okay.
It's weird that the video is working, the audio would stop.
Well, Ron says we were trying to come in on a weird IP. Oh, it's an outside IP. And they said, well, we're both using VPN, and this is the VPN settings, but I haven't heard back from them, so oh well. Okay. It's okay. I'm planning on staying behind the podium.
What side do you want to stand on, Lori?
Oh, I'm gonna get out of the way as soon as I'll step, maybe.
I'm the least amount of speaking, so I'll stand on the side.
Oh, yeah, I just don't want people to trip on cords, so
Oh,
maybe
no.
we.
Come squeeze in over here. Whose is this?
I think that might be Bob's.
Wait, is this Michael?
Oh, maybe it's his. This is that? Michael, the last presenter. It's so interesting. He reminds me a bit of Joe. Oh, yeah.
And it's so funny because that's one of Joe's roles. Francis was student training.
All right.
3 more minutes.
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again. Sorry.
Let's go shopping.
Let's go. Best title ever.
So there was one online comment that didn't really get addressed in the last presentation from Fred. He made a comment and I said, I'm not gonna say that out loud unless you turn it into a haiku. And then Fred turned it into a haiku. So he said, now wait a minute, for some strange circumstances, I like papyrus. That is a haiku. Oh.
Well, you could be us. We have to eat Poppins, which is what this one is in. So.
Oh.
So if Daniel's watching.
I don't know. There will be, we can send a recording.
Because he said he liked it so much, he was going to send it to Tracy and Pam.
Oh, good. Oh, no. I wish I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Beautifully. We just threw it upstairs. No problem. I doubt it. They've got plenty of things to worry about right now other than us.
Just waiting for
3:15. Got 1 more minute. Sandhill training.
What? Yes.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I just noticed that. We've been together all day, Bob. I want to know what kind of cranes are out in the creek. They're like white.
They're white.
Yeah.
Ready? Are we ready?
Oh, okay.
All right, we're gonna start our next presentation. This one is called Let's Go Shopping, one-click ordering and acquisitions 2.0 in Koha. Christy Kruger, Lori Thorit, and Jesse Zero.
All right. Can everybody, okay, it does work. All right, if for some reason it stops working, George, I'm hoping you'll tell us. And I'll just pretend like I'm eating an ice cream cone. So let's go shopping. This is all about acquisitions. Jesse from Bywater is here to talk with my supervisor, Lori Thorit, our catalog and processing manager, and along with me, I'm the ILS librarian at Cuyahoga County Public Library. If you're not familiar with who we are, give it another couple taps. Spacebar, arrow spacebar. We'll get there eventually. There we go. All right, so if you aren't familiar with who CCPL is, we are we're Cuyahoga County Public Library, and that's the county that includes Cleveland and surrounding areas in Northeast Ohio. We are a popular materials library. We don't have a main branch. But what we do have are 27 branches that serve 44 communities. And we have 490,000 plus card holders, so getting close to 500,000 patrons. Because we have so many patrons, we need a lot of stuff. We have a $10 million budget for materials, and of that, about 44% of that goes to purchase physical items. And if you're wondering what happens to all those physical items, January through July this year, we had 1,878,898 physical checkouts, so that doesn't include our overdrive, canopy, circ. We had almost 2.5 million renewals of physical materials at that time. And also, our mascot is Augie the Owl, and maybe our title should have been Who's Ready to Go Shopping, because you're gonna see a lot of owls. What do we buy? Everything. We have DVDs, Blu-rays, we still buy CD books, we still buy music CDs, we still buy playaways, we purchase comics, we purchase video games, we have Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation, 2 different kinds of PlayStation. We have toys too, and of course, all kinds of books, and our books include large print, read-alongs, paperbacks, graphic formats, you name it, and prime picks, which are sort of like our lucky day titles. So if you see all these numbers here, that is, I went ahead and pulled the item count from our Koha catalog a couple weeks ago. So this is about how much stuff we have right now, item-wise. And with that, I will turn it, one last thing is to note, like, who we're buying all this stuff from. So we have about 86 vendor accounts in Koha right now. Thank you, acquisitions module, for letting me figure that out. And about 11, so we have a lot of like smaller toy vendors. We have Amazon and cereals vendors, W.T. Cox, a couple like local newspapers and things like that. But a lot of our buying is coming from Baker and Taylor. We have 11 separate accounts, vendor accounts for Baker and Taylor, and 2 for Midwest Tape. So with that, I will turn it over to Lori to talk about how we work with acquisitions in Koha.
I'm going to switch places, and I'm going to try to keep close to the computer here, because apparently the sound is coming through the laptop on this one instead of through the other mic. So we began our journey to Koha. We're relatively new Koha customers. We began that journey in 2022 when we started looking at the ILS market, and we were talking about migrating from our legacy system, which we'd been on for 20 years. So it got its use. I mean, 20 years is a good long time. But there were a couple of things about our workflow that we kind of wanted to keep the same. This is a picture of our technical services department. You'll see we keep everything on book trucks because things move through this department very quickly. Things come in the back door and go out to the branches with a 5-day turnaround. We're a union shop, so everything has to be cataloged pretty much in-house. We do not buy copy or do much pre-processing. We do a little bit of pre-processing, but not a lot. One of the aspects of our legacy system that we kind of wanted to maintain was this concept of one click. It was something that existed in the previous system that was handled through an FTP protocol, where basically they were shoving a little tiny mark record into the old system, where they could open it up and it would automatically or automagically, as my acquisitions person likes to say, create an order record that holds could be placed against. And we rely very heavily on that hold queue for buying purposes. We monitor those ratios very closely and will increase numbers. So it is not uncommon for us to get 200 to 300 copies of something that's very popular within the system, because it's 27 branches, and if you got 500 holds, you want to make sure that goes through pretty quick. The other aspect of that workflow was that we had something that we referred to as a tracking slip. And this was basically a piece of paper that said who we bought it from, what the title was, how many copies we got, and where those copies were going. And if our acquisitions folks had any preferences in terms of location code or kinds of labels, genre labels that were attached to things, that would be on the slip too. And so it would inform everybody as it journeyed through technical services what you were to do with this item before it went out the door. It would also include things like a release date, which would allow you to hold back things, because we'd often get things before release date. And it was a visual identifier to make sure that, we didn't break that rule, because, Baker and Taylor and Midwest get a little upset if you let things out the door too early. So why did we want to keep that workflow? Well, it's very efficient for us. We do hit that mark pretty well. We're a pretty lean organization for having a budget that size. We have 4 selectors. We have 4 people in acquisitions that help them. And then over on my side of things, I have 3 copy catalogers, a professional cataloger. Christy does a little bit of cataloging. I do a little bit of cataloging. And then I got about 8 people that work on processing. So it's a very efficient system to get this stuff through the door, especially when you consider that we do the vast majority of processing of physical materials. So our journey to Koha began in December 2022, and we partnered with Bywater. Thank you, Jesse, for implementing, hosting, and ongoing support. And one of the first things that Bywater did was they came to see us with about 5 folks to look at our workflow, our current, our then current workflow. And we realized fairly quickly on that we would probably need a few devs in order to get particularly acquisitions moving the way we sort of wanted it to. So Jesse's going to talk a little bit about some of those devs. So I'm going to pass the mic to her. We had to do one for automated ordering.
Yeah, automated ordering. So how many people now use the acquisitions module in Koha? And you either are getting your mark records maybe from a vendor. Yes, so you go to their site and either download it or go to the FTP site and download it. Then you go over to Koha, stage your mark records for import, or take them right into the acquisitions module and upload them. Yes? Okay, so we were sitting in the room and thinking about this and doing that 40 to 60 times a day.
Yeah.
Or more seemed a little bit grueling. So we worked with our friends at PTFS Europe, who are Koha support members and developers, and of course Kyle at our team at Bywater, and Nick and Liz. And we thought about how we can efficiently move that information from the vendor side over to the Koha side. So we started with Baker and Taylor. And we said, okay, we're already sending stuff to like an FTP site. So FTP is transfer protocol, file transfer protocol. And Liz, as you know, our systems guru at Bywater Solutions said, all right, we need to do this and make sure it's secure file transfer protocol. So we worked with Baker and Taylor to say, okay, I'm going to go into TS360, select my cart, and we need to send it directly into Koha.
rather than having to download it and then import it. So after long months of trying and moving and sending files back and forth, there's an option in Baker and Taylor that allows you to one click and send that file directly over to an SFTP site, where then Koha can grab it, little script, and then import it into your Koha acquisitions module. Huzzah! It saved a lot of time because now, instead of all that download and upload, we have that process. And for years, I'm gonna call some people out in this room. Debbie from Washoe County, you know, they were one of the original 9XX brainwaves for the, you know, bringing in that information from Baker and Taylor. Rhonda from our acquisition SIG chair, Barbara, so much testing over the years to like get to this time. And now we're kind of taking it to the next level. So in those developments, we had to think about the Koha side, right? So how are we going to map all that information? So I'm going to pass it back.
Oh, okay. Well, we're to Mark Madness. So yes, Bywater actually worked with Baker and Taylor to modify the 960 and 961 and 962 fields and map them to the correct fields within Koha, so that we could, you know, push that through the SFTP server on the TS360 side and get it into Koha. So what you're seeing here is a little snapshot of some of our coding for the 961. You can see there's the cursor. You can see a little bit of those grid data fields that are being mapped. So we have a grid field called Koha branch and a grid field for quantities, and those are going into the 961. We've got, you know, here's a little snapshot of the I think that's the 962. Yes, it's the 962 that's got the card name and the vendor number. And then back here, oops, it flipped in the back. That is the grid detail for 960. So we have a bunch of stuff that we did on the Baker Taylor side and TS360 to get those mark mappings correct. When you hit when you hit send, when you hit buy in TS360, what it does is it's shooting all of that data through as these 960, 961, and 962 fields. It goes through your Koha mark staging. So there is a match, merge, overlay function that happens to it. And it's then pulled into the catalog with that little script. And so when you're in title source 360, here's an example. This is what the gridding looks like for this particular item. You can see again your Koha branch, your Koha item types, your Koha collection code, your Koha location code, the fund code, and even the not for loan status that we apply to things that are on order. And when it gets into Koha, it creates that basket for you. Here's that basket name. It's got your order, you know, your vendor attached to it. And then here's that line item for that same title, the 18. And it's got your price, your quantity, your total price, your fund, and it's all ready to go. Basically all of our folks do once it gets in here is close that basket and then print our tracking slip. Now that like I said, this is a tracking slip is a thing that's very peculiar to us. Some people would want to use this, some people wouldn't. But this is just a little bit of script that they stuck in on the order for us so that we could actually print a copy of the same kind of tracking slip that we used in our previous system so that we can march these things through our tech services department and keep track of stuff. We absolutely love it. That's our Augie again. This is how that same record would look just in standard in Koha. You can see we generate one item when this stuff comes through. That is also peculiar to us. That is something that you don't have to do if you're a library who wants to create all your items at once. You can do that with this. It's just we prefer to add the barcodes after, and because we're not getting them from Baker and Taylor. So one item is better for us, and this keeps that record open for holds. This is a sample of what that tracking slip looks like. That's created through print notices.
This is a new enhancement in 2405. If you watched Kelly in the upgrade webinars, she showed this off a little bit, and we'll be showing this again tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can see that it dumps out most of our data from the order record, including, you know, quantities, price, the vendor, that same thing, that array of where this stuff is going to, because this is the first bit of data here is our library branch, our collection code, and our shelving location, and how many copies. And Kyle, who did this very kindly, also threw in our little sign off box that we had in our original form, so that we all, you know, people can still sign off. This is one of our things that we do within the context of the department, because this slip gets actually handed off to another department when the stuff goes to the branches for sorting, and the sorters don't have access to a computer. So this actually tells them what branches to send these things to. And the wonderful thing about it is that, you know, we have this up and working not only with Baker and Taylor, but we also have it working with Midwest. Can't really show you the same sort of data for Midwest because they don't really reveal the mark side of things on their order interface. And we have it working with Ingram, sort of. Everything works for us except the quantity, so we are using it. We just have to do one extra step when we go in. But that is supposed to be fixed really, really, really soon.
And Ingram was in the process of moving from FTP to SFTP. You probably all got an email about it. So that was one of the other factors. We were waiting until they moved to a secure file transfer protocol to send it over. So those will be the first top 3 vendors that we have had successful one clicks to push over from. One other thing I want to say, with the bugs that are in Bugzilla, one has already passed in 2311. There's a second one that needs sign off. 34355. And what that does is that actually creates a new section in koha administration where you can map the SFTP or the file transfers between your vendor and koha. So that's how it recognizes it. And you can also tell koha where to look for the information. So in this case, Cuyahoga is using the 960s, 961, 962. Some of you use 970s or 975s. So that's where koha is going to look to identify that information. It's called mark order accounts. So check out these enhancements in Bugzilla. 34355 is one that still needs sign off. As Lori mentioned, they do use something unique where they just do one particular item rather than all, because some of you use EDI or Edifact now for acquisitions. How many people? Yes, yes. So if you're using EDI or Edifact, the item generator plugin would not be necessary. That's just something they're using to be able to place a hold on those items. And then again, Kelly and I will show you tomorrow the ability to render a report using a notice template, which came in 2405, and that's how we created the tracking slip. So all things you'll be able to move forward with.
Thank you. Any questions, anyone? Hang on.
I have a question about your item information. So on the screen you were just at where you were showing your basket, I saw you've got that blue text that looks like it's probably a vendor note so is that's all the stuff you gridded in Baker and Taylor ends up there rather than ending up in item records directly?
The blue stuff is JavaScript that's just showing it like there on the screen.
Okay, so that information is also somewhere in the order record?
Yep, that's what's in their 961 and 962 fields. Which is
Right.
mapped from
Okay,
Baker and Taylor.
but at this point, that data is just in the bib and you will later put those values into item records as you make them?
Correct, because, you know, if we were generating items at the point of order, then this stuff would, you know, it would fill out, it would still fill out, but we'd still need a way to tell our sorting staff where to send something. So we have it mapped there, so it's actually part of that slip so that we actually can print it out and tell people where to send it. We believe we float 100% of the collection, but we believe very strongly in starting a book in a branch that makes sense. So our selecting team has very specific rules and guidelines and about where to start things and how many copies, and depending on if it's a mystery or a romance or whatever. And so this captures that data, and it, you know, copies that don't trap a hold at the point that we are sending them to the branch will get routed to the branches that are listed on that form.
That makes sense, thank you. Sorry, this is acquisition, so I have to think a long time before I can figure out what my question actually is. So there's nothing inherent to this process that would conflict with like putting 4, 9 whatevers in, or the mark item fields to order, like actually make those item orders right here out of the way.
No, and in fact, if you look at the data, like, we'll come here. If you look at this data, this is the same, this is a shot of, a partial shot, on the right-hand side of the mark record for my sample, the 18, and you will see there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 961s, there's your items right there. So, no, and it's the same thing, there's 4 960s, we just split it up into a bunch of fields because that's the way it was, but there's nothing that would prevent that from creating items at the same time you order.
And then one more question before I give up the microphone.
Yeah.
Did Baker and Taylor charge you anything for this extra functionality?
No.
Cool.
We're also a BT Cat library, if anybody wants to talk to me about being a BT Cat library, so. Just saying.
Talk about that.
This is not a plugin, this is part of Koha? Is that correct? So it's both. So the ordering part is, there's 2 separate bugs. 34355, which has not passed yet. 33170 has. So once 34355 passes, hopefully somebody will sign off on that soon. I'm gonna be in eye contact with Barbara.
Hint, hint.
Then that should get into 2411, and then you'll be able to do this. And then the tracking slip is already in, so Kelly and I are gonna show that tomorrow during our presentation. Excellent.
So timeline for us little people is 2411, we can start doing this.
To repeat the question is, what's the timeline for this to be widely available? And it's sounding like 2411.
As long as 34355 gets signed off on.
And passes Q.
I, it's been a while since I did acquisitions at my library, but, I'm trying to understand the process that you go through. So you go into Baker and Taylor, you select your items that you want to order, you apply the grid, and you add them to a cart. And then when it comes time, instead of downloading that cart, that's when you're doing this thing that sends it to the SFTP. And then do you have to go to that and enter, or that part just pops up into Koha itself?
Correct. The whole one-click process is automatic. So it runs a little script in the background that shoves them through the SFTP server into Koha, through this marks, managed stage mark records, and then they're there. So
Just one, the basket that it shows that it created in Koha, it had a name. Did you name that in Baker and Taylor?
Yes.
And so it's just whatever you named your cart in Baker and Taylor, it's now named that in Koha?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Yes, and we refer to the basket name as our PO sometimes in our lingo, so I apologize if I use that. But yes, the basket name is the same in TS360 as it would be in Koha.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. So when you bring it in to manage stage records, because that's where it's gonna show up, correct?
Yes. Well, it does, but we never see it there because we don't have to look.
Okay, you don't have to look.
but then you create the basket. So the basket's created by this special automation magic?
Correct.
Okay, and then once the basket's created, do you have to grab the file from Managed Stage Records?
Nope.
Do you have to close the basket?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing that they have to do, and I'll show you again, this is my staff right now, the staff in acquisitions right now, they're in TS 360, they start filling out the grid, they one-click it, which I'm trying to decide, is it there, does it say it somewhere? No, I don't have that unfortunately on the screen here. But they one-click it, and then what ends up happening is that they flip over to Koha, they put in the basket name, because they know what the basket name is, they search up the basket, and they bring up the whole basket, and the only thing that they have to do at that point is close the basket and print our tracking slip.
Okay, one more question. And so the fund and the price is in TS 360 as well?
Correct.
Is that in a 960 field or using mark item fields?
It's, let's see, which field is it in?
That is in the TS 360.
Let's see, the vendor is in the 962 subfield B, and the price is in a 960 subfield P, and the fund is in a 960 subfield H. But those are just the fields that we're using. I mean, if you prefer to use different fields depending on your setup, you can.
Yep. You can, if you're using the 975s, you can still use those, 970s, whatever you want. As long as you have those 9XX fields mapped in the vendor and in Koha's system preferences to your mark item order information, that's what it's looking at.
So there was an online comment. It was a question actually. Does Koha allow for an EDI connection with Baker and Taylor? And then Donna is watching online and she said yes through a plugin. But if I'm personally looking at all of this, is the EDI connection necessary for this whole process? Okay, it is. All right, that answers my question. And thank you, Donna, online for answering that question for the people online.
So this process here that they showed is basically taking those files of records and automating the process, right? Because right now, currently you have to download them from somewhere and upload them into Koha. So that's what this process accomplished. EDI you would still use EDI to send that file or transfer that file back to the vendor. Then the vendor will process, send it back. So that edifact process will still happen. This is just speeding up the ordering process of bringing those records into Koha.
And creating the orders.
Just to clarify, we don't use EDI in case.
Though we're still looking into it, we might, we're still relatively new on this, so we're still getting our feet underneath us. So yes, EDI may be in our future down the road.
I have a question about scale. So I did have to just check, but we only order about 1,000 items a month. So that's a tiny, tiny portion of yours. Like at what scale do you feel like this would make sense to invest the time in the setup?
Gosh, I mean, to be honest, I think at any scale, we order about 20,000 titles a year, which is a pretty average number of titles, my understanding, in the public library realm. So, basically what our big issue within koha is dealing with the number of copies. And it's so many copies that, for us, and this was one of the reasons why we said, no, please, we need one item. To try to replace 200 barcodes, it's a lot more work than just creating them from scratch. So that's one of the reasons why we do it the way that we do it. But I would say anybody at any scale, this is a big time saver, because you're not downloading, you're not uploading.
Yeah.
You're not having to go in and add things to the order record once you get it into your environment. I mean, there's nothing that prevents you from changing anything. I mean, if you need to cancel an order, if you need to change your fund code, I mean, all of that stuff that you would normally do is still available to you. This just really automates the process of getting it in there and takes a couple steps out of that vendor process.
Oh, I was just curious, how do you handle removing your order item record? Does the cataloger do that, or does it happen in some kind of batch process?
Yeah, generally what happens is the cataloger will either remove that or they'll reuse it and then generate new from it. And we use sequential barcodes because yeah, when you're dealing with 200 items, you don't want to check digit. Yeah, so we just generate, we just have them generate it from there, and it doesn't do anything because the holds are on the bib, so we're not losing any information or any holds that way.
Thank you.
I was just curious, do you guys use purchase suggestions or materials requests?
We have an in-house purchase suggestion form that is part of our website, and yes, they do, we get, do you remember what?
I don't know how many we get.
I want to say that we get about 20 a week. We don't use the one that's we're an Aspen library too, and we do not yet use the one that's embedded in Aspen, but we are planning on it, and we feel at that point in time, the number of those will go through the ceiling.
Does it take a little different type of process to connect a purchase suggestion with the item that you ordered if you're ordering this way, or?
At the moment, we don't place holds for our customer if we are actually ordering it. If we switch to using the embedded purchase suggestion function within Aspen, then that'll change that workflow for us on that one.
Thank you.
I will say that most purchase suggestions actually for us are usually kind of esoteric, and so a lot of that stuff is purchased as a one-off from Amazon, or Ingram. So we don't they don't tend to be things that we're gonna buy tons of copies of. So we probably wouldn't put it through this process.
Another online. So there's another online question here from Ashley Johnson. I'm not familiar with Ashley, so I'm not sure what library she's at, but she said she missed the answer for fund. How do you assign a fund?
The fund is assigned in Title Source 360. It's a 9XX field. It is our 960 subfield H and you can see it on the screen right now because I haven't taken it off the screen, but the 960 subfield H is our fund code. I can tell you that particular code is for fiction.
Okay, she says part of your grading then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Since purchase suggestion came up, there is a development out there one of the reasons why we're not quite using it yet is because we need all of our staff to be able to see those suggestions, but not all of them to be able to manage those suggestions. The collection team should be the only one doing that at our library. So I'll have to look up the bug number, but it is out there to have more specific permissions for purchase suggestions, so that hopefully we'll see soon.
Okay.
One more question.
Okay.
You talked about once you click that one, like the order showing up pretty quickly in Koha. Is that cron job running continuously? Is there any need to make it run every 15 minutes or something?
It runs every 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's pretty quick.
Just to clarify, the connection between EDI and this, I'm not sure that I'm following all.
Yeah. So this process is
essentially the beginning process, right? So if you're using EDI or Edifact ordering, you usually start either at iPage with Ingram or TS360 with Baker and Taylor. You create your cart and you put your records in there. So you're either, you know, hitting from the drop down, download MARC file, or you're going to an FTP site and downloading the MARC file itself. And then you come over to Koha. I'm gonna turn around so I'm not looking right. I'm gonna take Michael's advice here. I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna go into catalog, stage mark record for import that file into the system. Or you can go right into acquisitions, add to basket, and add the file that way. So this is replacing that whole process. So instead of manually having to download it and then manually come back into Koha and upload it, this is just sending it right into the Koha system and building or uploading the file into the basket. So then your selector or whoever's managing the basket can go in and make sure that the right files came through. Then you would hit complete Edifact order and it would send the basket back to Baker and Taylor, Midwest Tapes, Ingram, whoever. So you still physically will have to hit that complete Edifact order button. This process is just speeding up the importing of the records.
Right. It would be,
yeah.
If we did that, I mean, you would see it, I assume.
Yep.
In the upper menu.
Yep, exactly.
Going off of Andrew's question about the cron job, Lori mentioned efficiency in our collection team, and shortly after we went live on this, we got like emails from them saying like, we're here early in the morning and we can't, our one clicks aren't coming over. And it was because the cron job was not moving over. It wasn't starting to run until later in the morning, and they were ready to go. They wanted their carts coming over. So we got that adjusted really quickly for that cron job to run when they needed it.
Okay, can we have one more sneak peek? You wanna see acquisitions 2.0? Yes. Okay, so the Koha community has been essentially working on what they're referring to as acquisitions 2.0. And it's going to roll out in stages. The Koha community has been communicating in Mattermost, which is the new IRC. How many people have logged into Mattermost so far? Oh, makes my heart warm. Look at that. Yes. So there's communication in there about it. At the Hackfest in Marseille this past year, they were working on talking about what features they want to move into Acquisitions 2.0. And so we have just a little sneak peek here of what they're working on. It's still in motion. The developers are still working on it. But the first big piece of the puzzle is the reworking of the funds and ledgers. So one of the biggest pieces of Acquisitions 2.0 is moving the functionality into library groups. So how many people in their library system have multiple branches or locations or part of a consortium? Okay, library groups was created, Click was one of the driving forces back in 2018 as a way to move away from independent branches and more towards being able to give like flexibility and freedom to the libraries within your system. And I'll show you that real quick. So under administration and basic parameters, you'll see library groups. And this is where you can come and define some of that information, like, is it a local hold group? Do you want to allow editing of items for just your group? And then also what Acquisitions 2.0 introduces is use in the acquisitions module. That way, only your library or your 3 branches within your library can see your funds and your budget and that information. And so it's really nice for larger systems and or consortiums. So that's that was step 1. So now you can kind of navigate between that. The second piece is now breaking out what we usually refer to as budgets and funds. Now becomes fiscal periods, ledgers, fund groups, and funds. So fiscal periods are basically telling the system when your year goes. Some of you are January to December. In Florida, we're October to September 30th. What are you here in Texas? October to, oh, wow. Okay, some of you are probably July 1 to June 30th. So this allows you to define your fiscal periods. So you can see here, we have our fiscal period set. The second piece of it is your ledgers. So your ledgers are kind of like your budget. So this is where we can come in and define what our budget is or our ledger, and then give it those statuses. You'll see it has a little bit of a different look. We can come in here. If I click on this, our main budget, this will give us just a quick look at what it is. The nice enhancements with Acquisitions 2.0 is you can see on the right-hand side, like a quick snapshot of what's allocated. If you need to transfer back and forth, you can see that. Anything that's been encumbered or awaiting payment within the system. The second piece of it is fund groups and funds. So now you can group together funds within the system. You know, before we had like funds and sub-funds and sub-funds and sub-funds. Right now within the system, you just have a fund and a sub-fund. It's at one level. They anticipate we'll go more levels in the future, but for now it's one. But you can also group things together. So in our little site that we have set up, we have a Southwest region that has 3 branches in it. So we can group those 3 together within those fund groups so they can just see those funds for that particular area. There's also a really great introduction of something called a task scheduler, which will allow you to come in and create a task. Like maybe you have to check something. For those of you who are using ERM or who have used ERM in the past, maybe if you have to follow up and look at a contract or a subscription, you can set like reminders. So think of it kind of like that. So tasks will grow with acquisitions as well, where you can set an owner and a status. So this is the first piece of the puzzle. Acquisitions 2.0 is not yet connected to ordering. That's the next piece that they're starting to work on, but it's kind of exciting that we get to see this revamp within the system. It's currently set up as a plugin. So if you want to take a look at it and see how it works, it's a plugin that allows you to look at that piece of the acquisition settings. And if you want to give feedback as to what you'd like to see in Acquisitions 2.0, I highly encourage you to, attend the general meetings or jump on Mattermost and talk to the community out there. Or go to the acquisition SIG. Group with Rhonda.
Actually, Jonathan and
Andrew or Matt?
Andrew,
Yeah.
are going to be at our next acquisition SIG to talk about this. So that's next week, Tuesday. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. So Rhonda just said Jonathan and Andrew, who are individuals from PTFS Europe, who are the primary developers on Acquisitions 2.0, but of course are working with the community. So if you can attend the SIG, please kind of listen to what they did and how they worked with the community to think about, what was the driving force to make Acquisitions 2.0. So I definitely, if you can make the SIG meeting, please jump on. Okay.
More? Sure. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presentation will begin at 2:15.
Yay.
No, that's when we.
3:15.
We got time now.
Yeah.
Looking at the.
Okay, Acquisitions 2.0 looks really interesting.
Yes.
Tomorrow. Yeah, I'm trying for a third time, and we'll be back at 3:30. There you go. I can see it working.
I'm library manager Mary. You were just Woodward circulation supervisor. What happened? I don't know. Who knows?
Turn your mic on. So bad.
That's fine.
Minute and a half or
So you're
so.
Barbara Glassford Johnson, library manager Mary, and I'm Woodward circulation.
Yeah. I tried on every single one.
Possible reformat of this.
You can just introduce me that way. I'm Woodward.
And this is library manager Mary. We don't really know who we are.
Something weird.
Prepare for another one of those weird things somewhere else. Who knows?
I like your title, Barbara.
Yeah, isn't that nice? And I'm Woodward. She's just Woodward. Does that make me Bernstein?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very quiet. So let's get started. All right.
Our next presentation is what's for sale. Discover the power of Koha's point of sale system. Barbara Glassford Johnson and Mary Woodward.
Hello. We are going to talk about what's for sale, discovering the power of the Koha POS system. And I'm Mary Woodward, but you can just call me Woodward Circulation Supervisor. That's fine.
And apparently I'm now Barbara Glassford Johnson, library manager Mary. And we're from Bedford Public Library, Texas, just up 35 in North Central Texas.
All right.
Pushing arrows and nothing's happening.
There you go. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. So what is point of sale? In general terms, it's a way of tracking sales. And for our purposes, it's a way of selling items not connected to a patron account. And things can be sold like used books, tote bags. In our library, we even sell pumpkins. Yes, we do actually. And if desired, you can integrate this with a patron connected account. And of course, this is our normal stuff like lost items, damaged items, things of that nature. Does anybody use the POS system right now? Is anybody planning to?
Just keep talking.
Okay. He's switching the setting. I'm sorry, talking.
We're sharing your notes.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so we're going to go over just a few things, why we chose the Koha POS system. We're going to talk about setup and configuration. We're going to show how to use it and go over some reports, some customizations, and issues, bugs, wish lists, things of that nature. So we missed a slide. There we go. That was the slide I was supposed to be talking about. Okay, so we'll go forward. So just a little bit about our library. We are located in the DFW Metroplex. We are right smack in the middle between Dallas and Fort Worth. And we're open 7 days a week. We are a single branch location. And we have over 200,000 visits a year. And we have a library staff of 20.85 FTE. Our information desk, we actually have two desks at our library. We have a youth desk and they handle programs and youth programming. And then we have our main information desk. And it's normally staffed by 2 staff members every hour. We switch. And almost everybody on our staff circulates through the information desk. So everybody has to know how to use the POS. And we do take payments for 3 different entities: the library, our friends, and our foundation. And I was just curious, does anybody else take money for their different entities? Yes, okay. I was kind of hoping you'd say no because I was not really wanting to do that. So.
No.
Thank you. Okay, so at our desk, we sell office supplies. Our friends provide some office supplies and we sell them to the public. Like I said, we sell pumpkins, special event tickets. We take payments for normal things like, copying, faxing, things of that nature. So we had to find something that would work for everything. And I'm going to show you what wasn't working, but this is our cash register that we were using. And it's a beautiful piece of machinery. It's from 2009. And I actually really never thought much about this cash register. I've been working at the library since 2009, and I was in the youth department. And I knew how to use the register, but I certainly didn't care about the register, and I didn't really want to program the register. So, it was just there. Well, in 2018, we had got 10 or 15 people, maybe I guess 10 people retired. And I was promoted to circulation supervisor. And in that capacity, I was in charge of the register. And so now I actually had to learn how to use and program and all the different things that went into this cutting edge technology. So it was a bit of a challenge. And what I found pretty quickly is most of the people that left knew all about the register, and the people that were left didn't, and that was me. So when you don't know what you're doing, or at least when I don't know what I'm doing, I call IT. So we called IT, and they didn't know what to do either because it was less than, the technology was not as advanced as they were, I guess. And so we called the vendor that we purchased the register from. And there was this long pause followed by belly laughs. And just, really laughing. And after, a couple of minutes, and Curtis, our IT guy's looking at me, and I'm like, I don't know what to say. And the guy goes, "You guys are still using that register?" I'm like, "Yeah, we are. We're still using that register." It was bigger of a problem. I was like, oh, geez. So anyway, I was stuck. So we had other challenges with the register. And I will tell you that we actually kept using this register for, until 2023. So, we don't like to throw away things. But anyway, we had one shared register. And I did figure out how to print out a transaction log. And the thing about this transaction log was if you made a mistake on the 29th of the month, you had to get all of the mistakes or all of the transactions from the 1st to the 29th of the month. You couldn't do a date range. So if you made a mistake on the 29th, I'm going to get 200 yards worth of transactions and I have to go through them. And there was no way to fix that. The other thing that happened was we had a credit card terminal attached to a register that was behind the front desk. And if you needed to use a debit card, you had to have the patrons come behind the desk and put their PIN in. Well, I think in a former life, I was a gunslinger because having somebody come behind the register and put in a PIN and having the drawer pop open really made me nervous. I'm funny that way. So anyway, our register was on its deathbed. So we were looking for some solutions, and I'm losing my voice. So the first thing we did, is we investigated an integrated solution. And I was really excited about this because the whole idea of taking a invoice off of a patron's account and having it, keep track of that, I was very excited about that. But and it was gonna be easy to use, but what we found pretty quickly is it was pretty expensive. And it was really hard to justify the amount of money that it was for the amount of money that we were actually taking in. So, and then we had some problems with Verifone. And Verifone was very, very unresponsive. And we had been using this vendor for our print management system. And I had some concerns about their customer service. So it didn't seem like a good idea to give them new business. So we quickly decided not to go that route. But our finance department came to the rescue. And they offered their software, which they use for accounting and check requests and things like that. And it was great, but it really wasn't set for a busy service desk. And in fact, in order to take a transaction, there were 12 steps. This seemed a little bit absurd for a 40-cent transaction. But the part that really upset me and made my staff look at me like they were going to chase me around with a pitchfork was the fact that in all these 12 steps, it wasn't going to tell you how much change to make. So that was really a big no. And the other thing was that we would have to log in and log out every hour. And it still wasn't going to be integrated with Koha. So that was an out. But Koha came to the rescue. And it was great because it was free and it was supported by the Koha community and Bywater. And it was customizable and our staff already knew how to use it. There was a couple things that were a bit of a downer, and that was that it wasn't integrated with our credit card terminal and it didn't have all the details for reporting that we needed. Now the wizard. So I'm going to show you the setup and configuration, which is super easy. There are two system preferences you need to set up in order to enable POS. The first one is called Enable Point of Sale, and you set that to enable. The second one you need is Use Cash Registers, and you're going to set that to Use. That's going to enable the POS in Koha. There's a system preference in the middle there called Require Cash Register. You may already have that set up for payments you take on the patron account side. We have ours set to always require a cash register, and I think the other setting is only required when you're actually taking cash. So once you've done those system preferences, you now have enabled point of sale, and it is the top button on the right-hand side of your home screen. We enabled it first in our test server, and we ended up setting up cash registers. I'm going to show that in a minute. We set up cash registers for each of our CERC staff so that they could start to get comfortable with it. They could make sales, find problems, things they didn't understand. And also doing it on the test server meant that we weren't creating all this fake data on the production side. So we felt pretty comfortable just doing whatever we needed to do in the test server to start learning this. So the first thing you need to do once you've got it set up is you have to go in and configure a cash register. So it's pretty similar to a lot of different things you set up in Koha. You go in POS, you find that confirm cash registers link. It'll bring up a page where you're going to give your register a name, description. Ours is really creative because it's exactly the same thing for both of those. We are one library, so we just have, just Bedford for that, but you can set it up for multiple different libraries. And then you need to decide on the initial float, and that's going to be the amount of money you're always leaving in your cash drawer so that you can make change. And you would save that and set up more registers if you need to. We originally thought we would have more than one register set up, so that's why this one is called Info Register 1. In the end, we're just using one register. If you're thinking of setting this up and you're going to have lots of different registers, I would
consider maybe thinking about a naming scheme so that you know, you can be very specific about where these registers are. It could come into reporting or sorting something. So you might want to think about how you want to name your different registers. This is optional, but you can set a default register, which we chose to do. And so this just shows, the top one shows a register that exists, but it's not the default. And then the bottom one, the staff register, you can see where it says library default is yes. So that one is set up as our default. Every time we log in, that register is selected. And another good thing about it is whenever you need to look at the transaction history for all of the things that have happened, you have to be logged in to a register. So this just, we're logged in by default and it's set. So now you have a register, and now you need to start configuring items for purchase. You may already have some things configured in your system. We did, and they were very, you know, just copies, specs, you know, just those kinds of things. At this time, our finance department kind of, I think, revamped our list of codes and stuff. So we took their codes and incorporated them into the names and the codes we have in Koha. So we completely replaced all of our debit types, which is what these are. It's when you set it up, it's called configure items for purchase, but they're known as debit types. So setting one of those up, you will go to the screen, similar, you've got put in a code. You can choose to add a default amount or not. So you may have things like in this instance, copies, they're always 20 cents. So instead of always having to put that in there, we just make the default the 20 cents. It's got the description. Then in order to make it part of the point of sale system, that second checkbox says can be sold. And that's the one you check to make it included in the point of sale side. The first checkbox, can be manually invoiced, is if you want to also have these debit types show on the patron account side. And we have ours shown the exact same list of debit types show, regardless of whether it's POS or you're in a patron account paying for something. There's a third checkbox called included in no issues charge, and I'm not exactly sure what that one does. So ours isn't checked. And then you choose your library. You would save this and then create as many debit types as you need. So we, like Mary mentioned, we're taking payments for 3 different entities. We actually have 30 debit types. And we used a naming convention on these. So everything that's for the library starts with a BPL. Everything that's for the Friends starts with an FR, and everything that's for the foundation starts with an FD. And this helps us kind of know what they're for, and also with reports and sorting and that kind of thing. Once you create a debit type, you can't delete it, but you can archive it. I think that's true. And then if you decide to bring it back, you can do that. Or maybe that's the payment types, I can't remember. Anyway, so another thing we did was set up payment types, and this I think is optional as well. For our purposes, it was imperative that we know whether things were being paid for by cash, by check, or by credit debit card. So this is an authorized value that you would go into, its payment _ type. And so we set those up, but I don't think you have to have these enabled. And now Mary is going to take us through actually making some sales.
Okay, so after you have everything set up, you're ready to make sales. And just a little bit about our new setup. We have our cash drawer, not behind us, but actually under the front counter. And it doesn't just pop out. You have to either unlock it or push it and it will open. The other thing that was really great is we got credit card terminals on our computers in the front, so no more coming behind the desk to put in your PIN. And then we purchased receipt printers. At this point, we were using 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, and it was very slow and wasteful. So once you have the POS enabled, this shows up on your screen, and you click on point of sale. And then you can select the items that you want to add for your sale. And you just find the item and then click the add button. And then the screen pops up, it says this sale, and you can see that here we're selling some copies and earbuds. And like Barbara said, if you have the cost already in there, it's a fixed cost, but you can change that if you need to. And you can also change the quantity. You just have to double click in the squares. And then once you've done, added up all the things that you're going to sell, it will auto calculate how much the sale is. And then you can put in the amount tendered. And then my staff is so happy because it tells you how much change to give. For our purposes, it was important that we know that what type of payment it was. So we have that field is required. And then the cash registers, we just have one, but you can select which one you want if you have more than one. And then you hit confirm. And this is one of the things that I love best about it. It makes sure that you're not going to make a mistake. So the amount collected is more than the outstanding charge. That's exactly what I want because it's going to tell me how much change to make. And so you just confirm that, and then you have the option of either printing a receipt or emailing a receipt. And the receipt on the right is just the default template toolkit receipt, and it just has basic information. But if you want to get fancy, you can do that. So now this is making a sale with a patron account. And as long as you have enabled your debit types to be manually invoiced, the debit types will show up on the patron account. And so this is actually really helpful in our library. As long as the patron's account is in good standing, they can kind of run a tab up to a certain amount of money so you can keep track of what they want, how much money they owe us. At some point they do have to pay, but so you have the option of either just saving it or save and pay. And then this is just showing you've created a manual invoice, and there's your save and pay. And then this is just, a regular payment on a lost book. You can see the book is lost, it's $15, and they're paying with a credit card. Just like normal. And then the lost book payment shows up on their transaction record. And you can see there's two lines. There's one that says it's been paid, and then the other line that showed what they were actually paying for. And what's really nice is it doesn't have to be back up. So this is the POS transaction history, and it will show all of your sales, not just the ones that are on patron accounts or not just the regular POS sales. It has everything in there. So even if you haven't selected debit types to be on a patron account, you're going to see that sale in the POS transaction history. Occasionally, we do have to give refunds, and it's pretty easy. All you do is you go to your transaction history, and then you're going to look for the transaction that you need to refund. And then you just click on the issue refund button, and you put in the amount that you're going to return to patron. And then in our case, it's important that we refund the type of tender that they gave us. So in this case, it was cash. One thing I've learned that if somebody needs a partial refund, it's actually easier if you just refund the entire amount and then re-ring the transaction with the correct amount. It makes the accounting cleaner later. Hit confirm. And then you're ready to do the daily reconciliation. I'll take a little break here. Releasing my voice. So in our library, we do our daily reconciliation the day after, the morning after. And this is our workflow. We go to the POS and we look at the cash summary, and I'm gonna go ahead for one screen. And this is the cash summary, and I'll go back. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then you print the daily cash register reconciliation report, and then you're gonna count your cash, your credit cards, and your checks, and verify the amounts are the right amounts, and you fix mistakes if possible. And usually fixing mistakes requires either entering a transaction, for example, because our credit card terminals aren't integrated, sometimes people will take their credit card but not actually fix it on the patron account, which drives me absolutely insane. Because then I have to figure out what happens or who bought the book, and then I'll find out in a couple of weeks when they want to speak to the circulation supervisor and chew her out. But anyway, so fixing mistakes is either that or, somebody's counted wrong, they made a mistake. So once you've got everything fixed, you can click on the reconcile drawer link, and then it's going to prompt you to remove the right amount of cash, and then click confirm to zero out the register. And then this is that cash summary. And this basically is the first screen you'll see when you're getting ready to reconcile. And it basically is, in this case, there should be, and our float is $100, so there should be $132.80. And then you had some credit card sales, and that's what your sale was for the day. And then you just reconcile the drawer. And then it gives you that nice little confirmation so you don't mess up. Make sure you take that money out of the drawer and hit confirm. Unfortunately, we do make mistakes, and they're just required to fix errors. And some of the errors that we make are, we've chosen the wrong fund. So we meant to sell copies, but we accidentally sold tote bags. Or it was a library transaction, but we charged it to Friends and Foundation. That's kind of a big one to fix. Put in the wrong amount, the wrong payment type, failure to enter the credit card transaction in Koha. We spoke about that earlier. And then sometimes we get really button happy and we hit that reconcile drawer button before we've actually counted the drawer. And invariably that will be the day that the cash is wrong. But the biggest issue, the biggest problem, is kind of my time warp problem. And you're gonna have to follow me on this one. So it's Tuesday. I'm counting Monday's transactions. See that there's a mistake. I'm fixing it on Tuesday morning, okay? I do everything, I got it all balanced, I rerun my reports, we're good. But tomorrow, when I'm counting today, the fixes from yesterday are going to be on tomorrow's. So, did you follow that? It's very confusing. So tomorrow you have to remember to subtract out the fixes from yesterday. With that, here's Barbara.
So this is when you're on the cash summary page, when you're reconciling, all you really get is a link to click reconcile drawer. It's the pop-up that comes up and says, remove this amount and leave this amount. So as we were learning POS, we were really confused in the very beginning. This was one of the stumbling blocks at the very beginning of the process. So it says cash summary and the column is the last reconciliation you did, but we just kept expecting that clicking on that would show us detailed information about the sales in the drawer that we were about to reconcile, but that's not what it is. It's the previous. And so it took us a little bit of time to realize, because we were trying to make this amount balance with the amount in the drawer, and it was never going to balance because it was completely different. So that was a little bit of a stumbling block in the very beginning. So we would like to see an enhanced reconciliation modal, and I created a bug 37530 that would sort of combine the thought of what that last reconciliation link gives you except it wouldn't be the last reconciliation. It would be for the transactions in the drawer that you're about to reconcile. And then combine that with the modal that you generally do get that says, please confirm you're moving X amount and leaving the other behind. And that just to us feels like more of a detailed process, more of a confirmation, better accuracy. And maybe it's just what we were kind of used to, I'm not sure. And I'd love to talk to other people who use POS and, you know, get ideas on, does this seem like a good idea, a bad idea? Do you have a better idea? And then another thing that with the date time problem that we tend to have, another idea we've got is adding an edit button to POS. So this is bug 36029, and this is a concept of maybe how this could potentially work. So the thought was, what if there was an edit button next to each of the transactions in the transaction history? We believe this would need to be controlled by permission, because we wouldn't want everybody going in there and just willy-nilly doing stuff. This would mostly, for our thought, this would mostly be for the staff who is reconciling the drawer in the morning. So that would be some sort of how we would think of controlling it. So maybe you could hit an edit button and it would bring up a modal, which looks, or a page, whatever, which looks very similar to the data that you generally see on the POS page when you're making a sale. But the thought would be, you've hit the edit button and now you've brought up a transaction that actually has two parts to it. It had a sale for, I think the first one was copies and the second one was earbuds. And so maybe converting where it says item, generally that is filled in when you select what you're selling, that is pre-populated over there. But maybe in the thought of editing, that could be converted to a drop-down, so you could change it to, oops, I didn't mean to sell earbuds, I meant it to be a flash drive, or whatever it might be. And then the cost and the quantity would still be editable in case you needed to change those. So you would make that fix, and it would calculate if it needed to on the money. And then down in the bottom portion, some of these fields are similar to what you see on the page where you make the sale, but it would add a box for the date, and it would specifically allow being able to backdate it, so that I'm making this fix to this thing that was rung up wrong, and I really want to have the date of yesterday. And so that would help us with our reporting. And then if you needed to, change the amount paid, the payment type, we have only got one register, but if you had multiple for whatever reason, so give some kind of ability to edit this transaction. So that's 36029, and this is the second one. I would really love to talk to other people. Does this seem like a good idea? Do you have different ideas? Do you even handle it differently? And we don't know about it, and maybe we can learn something. So now we're going to go into reports. And there is a built-in cash register report. It's in the reports module. You go to Statistics Wizards and then look for cash register. This is the screen that will come up. You can run it for a date range. You can do it for all payments to the library. You can narrow it down to a specific kind. You can use all libraries or one, all registers or one, and then you will get data from that. And this is what it tends to look like. So the first two lines are for a transaction that was done in POS. So it shows you the purchase, the POS sale is the $10, and then the first line is the actual payment, I guess, of that particular item. And then the third one down there is a lost item. So this is all fine and good, but what it didn't do for us is, I don't know whether this was paid by cash, credit, or check. So that was gonna be an issue for us. I wasn't getting any subtotals by my different entities that I need. So I end up having to need to know at the end of the month that the Friends had this much in sales, the foundation had this much, and the library had this much. So we realized pretty quickly the built-in report wasn't gonna really work for us. So we were gonna have to investigate what were, was this even, were we gonna be able to come up with something to where we were gonna be able to use POS? So we sat down and we thought about the reports process, what information did we need? How detailed did this information need to be? If you just need a total and it doesn't matter by cash, credit, doesn't matter entity, then you're probably all set and good. But we needed specific subtotals and things for those different purposes. How many reports do you need? We ended up with 2. One is the daily reconciliation and one is a monthly. And then how do you know you're getting accurate results? Well, that was a big, long process. Mary and her staff were still keeping the Excel spreadsheet, manual spreadsheet, of entering all the sales by the funds and everything that they'd been doing with the cash register. So they kept keeping that one. And as I was going through the reporting process, trying to get things to total, get the right things, get things to total and all that, I would think I'd gotten there, and then she would show me her Excel report and it wouldn't be right. So it's like, okay, I'm missing something. So that was a big help, actually, that they were keeping that, because I think I would have just thought, I'm done, I've got my report done, but no, I hadn't. Who will you be sharing the reports with? If this is just internal, maybe, it doesn't really matter what it looks like or whatever, but if you're gonna be sharing it out to any kind of group, like your finance department, your friends or foundation group, your board, for some reason, you might want to think about, is the report you've created, is it gonna be understood by the people you're sharing it with? And does it look professional? And so this was, I think, the most time-consuming process of the whole project for us, was coming up with reports that would work for us. And it was a matter of test and refine and test, and then think you've gotten it right and having to test again. I didn't really know exactly where to start. So the first thing was looking at the account offsets. So the account offsets table. So we have a report here that selects every field in the account offsets table, and you can run this one for a date range. When you get this data, it is lots of columns. It's about this wide, at least it feels that way. And I still, when I look at it, I feel overwhelmed, and it's usually shows you a pair of transactions. And anyway, it's very confusing, but what it did do was allow me to see how the data was laid out and what the fields were called. So I kind of started there. So for our purposes, our reports are built on the account offsets table, the account lines table, and the cash registers table. And I didn't really know, I'm not good with joining in SQL, and I got out on Slack, I think, and I put out there, we're trying to start using POS. And the very first thing I got was from Juliet Helterbrittle, and she's way back there, and she shared a report that they were using. So I ran that report, and it didn't do exactly what we were going to need, but it certainly allowed me to start relating to what am I going to have to do to get the reports we need. And as we went along in the process, I also had help from Andrew, and I had help from Brendan Lawler from Clams, and I don't know if I've seen him here, and then obviously Bywater. So I had lots of different input on how to create these different reports. So we have a daily cash report. This one is broken down. Well, it provides a total for each fund or debit type, and then it is broken down by payment type, so by cash, credit, debit, or check. And this is what ours looks like. So that first 3 lines, those were all cash sales. We sold some of the same types of things down here in credit, but they're in the credit section. Then I've got a total for each section. The credit section actually had a refund, so we had to learn how to bring the refunds in. And then we had to learn how to like do math in SQL, which was not something I knew how to do. And then we have a total sales and a total refunds. And I think I still haven't been able to figure out that total, where I would get my grand total. But anyway, so this is what they use every single day. They will print this out and hope that what's in the drawer as far as cash and credit card slips equals this stuff. This report, we also, in the date column, it was coming over with the timestamp, and we didn't really want that because it was meaningless. So we learned how to get rid of the timestamp. All of the amounts were coming over left aligned, and so it's just weird, you know, money should be right aligned. It should all light up and everything. So we learned how to include some CSS in our report so that it would look pretty. We learned how to make our totals and things bold, and we learned how to make a refund red, and we had to fool with some margins because some funky things were happening with the margins. And so we got all that in there. This is the first section of that report, and I'm not really going to go through these in specifics. This report is actually 339 lines long, and probably someone who knows SQL better than me could do it differently and it wouldn't be that overwhelming. But once I got like the cash sales working, it was like, okay, now I need to work on how would I get the cash refunds, and then now I need a total. And so I was building it by piece. And then once I got the whole cash section, I unioned that with, well, here's for checks and here's for credit, debit. And so it, like I say, it could have maybe been less than that, but that worked for me. So, and so that is, let's see, this is the actual part that shows you the cash sales. And you can see that there's some CSS in there. And we've got the, oh, I didn't mention the amounts sometimes would come across with either more than 2 decimals. I think some of them maybe came across with no decimal, and we wanted it to look like real money. So we learned how to do that fancy little thing up there on the second line where it's got the amount, and it's limiting it to 2 decimals so that it looks nice. And this part does the cash refunds. And this is the math I could not do. And I was trying to do it like all in one somehow. And apparently I had to do it where I calculated the sales and then added it to the refunds, which were already negative. So the math would come out. And then we have a monthly report, which also provides a total for each fund, but this one is broken down by entity, so by library, friends, and foundation. We run this at the end of the month. This one is so, because we're acting as that pass-through for the friends and foundation, we need to submit this to our finance department so that they know what amount of check they need to write back to those 2 entities. And it also helps those groups because they can use that report a little bit in their own accounting. So, and this is what that one looks like. So doesn't have payment type. It just has the debit types. And the first section is for the library. The second is the friends. And I didn't have a foundation on this one. And this is just the first part of that monthly report. And because they're so long and I knew I couldn't share the whole thing, I have both of them, the daily and the monthly, in my GitHub account, and you can take a look at them there if you want. So now we're going to go into just a little bit of CSS and jQuery. I think another thing that really tripped us up from the very beginning was some of the terminology. So POS out of the box uses terms like cash up and bankable. And our staff, our circ staff is like, I don't know what that is. You know, I don't know what to do with that. So we were able to go in and give it some language that worked for us. So we're calling cash up either reconcile or reconciliation. And I couldn't end up changing this in every instance, but I do have it changed in, I think, the ones that make a difference for us. And then we're calling bankable cash in drawer. And then we have the two others there where we changed. And I think it's silly, but that was just like a big hurdle. And once we changed that, staff, I think, started to really relate to the whole thing. It was just kind of like, oh, now we can really start learning. And this is just showing that the first line is what the headers in the cash summary would be out of the box, and what the change is after we applied the jQuery. And then also on the bottom there, where you were doing your daily, what we would call a daily reconciliation, was called record cash up. And they're like, what is that? So we renamed it reconcile drawer. And this is the jQuery we use to make those changes. And then this one, okay, this one was in the transaction history. There's the print receipt button and an issue refund button in this actions column on the right-hand side. And staff was having trouble, all the buttons were styled the same. And so they're like, which button is it for the refund and what line am I on? They were just having a little bit of hard time, you know, focusing on where they needed to be. So we just did a little CSS, which is down there at the bottom, just to make that refund button stand out. And when you're standing in front of customers and demanding their refund, you know, you want to be able to take care of it quickly. So, and then the debit type descriptions, this would be on the page where you're actually making your sale. So you've got your add button over here on the right-hand side. We specifically created this naming convention for all of our things. And I wanted to sort by description, not by code. And this table is configurable in the table settings, but it is not sortable in the table settings. So we ended up coming up with some jQuery to make it sort by default by the second column. And one of the reasons, you know, we very specifically named our things BPL. We really wanted those things to be up at the top. We didn't want staff having to scroll through 30 different debit types just to find the one thing they needed. So we've got that. And this is the jQuery we're using to make that sort. And everywhere in POS, the money is left aligned, which drives me nuts. I think it's all right aligned in the patron accounts, but in POS it's left aligned and I couldn't handle it. So there are multiple different places. This one is in where you're making a sale. And we use some CSS to change that up so that it would look like actual money and quantities. And this is what it looks like after. It's so pretty. And then this one is in the transaction history. The money again was left aligned. So we used some jQuery and it looks a lot nicer after having that applied. So now we're just going to talk about opportunities, wish list, bugs, whatever you want to call it. So that first one, 36029, I alluded to earlier, is the one where we would like the ability to be able to backdate or edit a transaction in POS. The second one is bug 28599, which is the ability to void a purchase in point of sale, because you can void over on the patron side, but right now there's no void in POS. 27785, POS needs a notes field, which would be great. You can generally do that on the patron side. It would really be nice to do it on a POS transaction, especially if maybe this is one of the transactions you're having to, it's a fix for something else that you messed up, and maybe you would like to put some kind of note there. 37530 is the ability to view and print previous day's transactions prior to reconciling. That was our other sort of concept of maybe we could improve this. 27800 is make the ability to enter quantity more clear. And it's actually quantity and amount. And this is where you're selling something. So you're over here, you've got a debit type and it's copies, and you've got an amount. It's not really clear that those cells are clickable. It does say, you know, click in the cell. It does say that, but it's not just really immediately obvious that those are editable. And then two of them related to the transaction history, 28164. Basically, the sorting of the transaction history table doesn't work. Each of the columns has the up and down arrows that imply that you can sort it, but if you click those, it really does nothing. The only thing it does sort is if you had a transaction that was composed of like 2 or 3 or more things within that set, it will sort in that, but otherwise the sorting is it's non-existent. And it would be nice to have sorting, and it implies that it's sortable, but it doesn't. And then limiting the transaction history works, but it does not recalculate the grand total. That's 37566. So this one is in the transaction history. Maybe I want to go in there and I just want to see my sales for copies. And there's an input box, and I can do that, and I can limit it. So I'm showing my $15 in 5 transactions of copies, but my total sales for the day was, you know, $213. And that's the total that is at the bottom. So if you wanted to print that off, you know, my boss comes to me, how much did we have in copy sales today or whatever, I might just print that off and think I'm giving her accurate information, which in fact the total isn't really correct. And just a few more. 37563 is the refund modal, and the point of sale should include ending zeros. This one already has a patch, and I signed off on it. What was happening is you would have like a $10 sale, and then you went to go to do the refund. When you clicked on the refund button and you got the screen for that, it would just show you the amount 10. Or maybe you had $2.40 and it would show on that screen 2.4. So that's all this is. And I learned from the bug, this wasn't just a POS issue. It actually was occurring in the patron accounts on that side. So this is supposed to address, you know, making it the actual amount everywhere. So I hope that one will move through quickly. 28539 is allow for negative payments in point of sale. So I guess that would be like a credit. 36403 is add the ability to set the default sort order for items. And that was the one where I said the table couldn't really be configured. 28265 was the option to include and calculate sales tax. We don't have to worry about sales tax, but I can imagine if you do, this would be really great so that you didn't have to calculate this on the side. It would just be built in. And then the last one I truly didn't understand until I looked at it. This is 28406, and its point of sale doesn't register a sale when the total amount is 0. And I thought, well, why would it? But the use case is maybe you have free stuff like pencils and you just hand those out, but you want a tracking mechanism. And so you want to run those through POS. And I think most modern POS systems have like an inventory aspect to them. So this could let you see, well, how many pencils did I hand out? And, you know, what's my inventory? When should I order more pencils to give out? So once that was explained, that one made sense. So that is basically our POS journey. We've been using it since about August last year. So really right at about a year. And it's really doing most of what we need. It's not perfect, but we're very happy with it. And we'd love to see improvements to it as well. And that's it. It's free.
And it's free.
So I put our contact information there, and like I said, I'd love to talk to anybody else who has ideas about point of sale. And are there any questions?
A couple online.
There are a couple of online questions. So one of them, Carolyn already answered. It was about the tax element. So that's 3 times today. Carolyn from Librio has answered the question online. So thank you very much. Then we had a question from Tammy Euler. What systems are you using to process credit card payments?
Yes, well,
it's what the city tells us to use.
It's what the
Well,
city
yeah.
tells them to use. Okay,
think
so they're not 100% sure.
No, we're using, it's Citibank.
Citibank?
Yeah.
Citibank?
We use Square for special events, and our friends use Clover, and our foundation uses PayPal.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, then the follow-up question online to that was, are these POS systems, is the POS system in Koha PCI compliant? And I think that has to do with the credit card security.
Yes.
So, and they're nodding their heads yes. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is PCI compliant, and it doesn't transmit anywhere, it doesn't do it.
Everything that happens,
Stays
credit card transaction is outside of Koha.
Yes.
So it doesn't do anything with
Yeah.
PCI.
Yeah.
It's outside of Koha.
Juliet has.
I just wanted to mention, we were like 4 months ahead of you guys doing the POS. And so I actually found a blog post on Bywater from Andrew that explained how to do the report, and that's what I stole. And then I did like work for me. So I put a ticket into Bywater and they fixed it because we needed to include the manager, the person who actually did the transaction. And so we had to link the borrower's table to our report so that we could see that. And it was a little confusing because I think we linked the borrower's table twice and I didn't understand how to do that. That's my first experience linking a table more than once in a report. And so that was a learning curve, and it's worked really well for us. We don't need quite as much detail as you guys do. So our business office can do a little bit more explaining and giving it to the city. One of the things that we run across is that one that you mentioned, the negative amounts in there. We would really like that because we give refunds for something that's outside of the system, because we have our printing is done with their kiosk, and if they ever have a mess up and they want a refund for that, we basically do a transaction called refunds, and then we just have to tell the city that's not a positive, it's actually a negative. Just pretend that there's a negative. So if we could just put it in as a negative, it would be way better for our paperwork. But that's just our way of doing it, and it would be nice if that bug had some traction.
I have a question. It's not really a koha-ism, but kind of like a processism. Who's doing the reporting so that if you have something that you needed to fix from yesterday and you have that whole kerfluffle, how does the person who's doing the deposit that morning know that something was messed up yesterday? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, the totals won't match, or I get a phone call.
Oh, okay. So are you the only one who's?
No, all of our circ staff does it, and then there's one other manager that helps us out, but generally we just keep it in the circ department.
Cool,
So,
okay.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we've been going through the point of sale stuff ever since it came out. We've
we've loved the point of sale. I know that we've had to work with some libraries that have since moved on from that because they needed something a little bit more robust. But one of the things that we're running into, and we're having a conversation with Bywater right now, is whether or not we can track, how we can appropriately track in the point of sale when we receive money for an item that has to go to another library. So that's an element that still needs to be, we either need to figure out how we can do it with how Koha works now, or we need to determine whether or not we need an enhancement for that, because what happens is, you know, we want to help the patron move along, and they come in, they have a block on their account because they have an item that's lost, they pay for it, they want to pay for it, and our mode of operation before was, well, you have to deal with the owning library in order to resolve that, and so we're basically turning them away. And our philosophy is that we want to allow patrons to move on and, you know, come in for what they came in for and get that. And so we have since started allowing patrons to pay for other libraries' things at that library. The problem that we have, there's two things that happen. First of all, when we do a cash up, it doesn't match, because what's in the cash box, we don't put other library stuff in our cash box because it's going to go to another library, and we don't want to go through the city to process that. So we end up having that mismatch on transactions like that. The other thing is they paid for it, and so they're all good at our library and can move on and check things out or whatever. But the owning library is going, where are those funds? We have no way of showing that, oh, those funds are going to be on their way to that library. And so there's no transitional status on those items. You know, as far as the patron is concerned, they've fulfilled their requirement and have done everything they can, but there's no status within that transaction to show that there's another step in the process, which is those funds are making their way to the owner library. So those are a couple things that we're working on, trying to figure out.
One thing which we didn't cover because it was kind of so hard to explain is we can make a same-day refund, but if we make a refund after the fact, that refund has to go to finance. So those were appearing in our report. So I created a payment type, I think, called finance refund. And then I excluded those from the reports so that it wouldn't affect the total. And I don't know if that would be helpful in any way in your first part, your first issue. I don't know.
I'd have to look at that with you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I couldn't remember exactly how I did it, so I didn't include it.
The other comment I wanted to make was your bug 36029, I think, about wanting to be able to edit transactions. And I know that, well, okay. In general, I wouldn't think that that's such an issue, but I think that my history with some folks in our consortium that have audits would look at something like that and go, what the heck is going on here? I'm wondering if it would be better, instead of being able to edit something, to add another transaction line. Yay!
Yeah, possibly.
And you know, make an adjustment on that line with notes.
Yes.
Notes are great. But rather than edit something, because then I can see all sorts of wonky things going on.
And that's,
could just change it.
Yeah, that's very possible. And I know we were coming from a cash register of the beast we had that we showed you a picture of. And I don't know how those edits were made, but Mary could go in there and make those changes. And so we were trying to get to something that was similar to that. And I know also it might be like, well, why don't you just reconcile at night? Well, I think our staff would
kill us.
Yeah, so it just happens in the morning. So we can't get past that one. It's just not going to be on the same day.
I was thinking the same thing, Christopher, when you talked about the edits. I was visualizing what we have in acquisitions where you can kind of add positive or negative adjustment to your point of sale with the right date versus that date.
Yeah.
Instead of the edit thing, but I think it's a valid point you're making.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of what works for everybody, and I think
Right.
the edit is kind of could be bad. You're like, what was it before? Oh, and no issue charge, sorry, you
Yeah.
brought up no issue charge. So if you are, when you are creating your debit type, and it says include in no issue charge, that's a system preference that says that a patron has, like, how much they can accrue on their bill before they get blocked. So will this debit be included in your no issue charge max?
Okay, cool.
This is kind of goofy, but the way we fixed the date being on the wrong day when I worked at a golf course, so in a completely different venue, but we would literally change the time on the computer. I don't know if that was. We would change the time and date on the computer to be yesterday's date, fix what we needed to fix, rerun the report, and
I'm sure the auditors would.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if that would still be, this is a long time ago.
But I like it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I get the SIG leaders up front and those representing SU, Jason and Sarah? We're filling in for a couple SIG leaders that couldn't be here in person. So what we're gonna do right now is we're just gonna pass the mics, and every one of these fine people are gonna talk a little bit about what happens in their, we call them SIGs, but special interest groups. So these are monthly meetings that we have that focus on a particular topic. And keep this in mind, because tomorrow, the last session of the day, will be an opportunity to do a short bit of time in a SIG meeting. You have 3 opportunities to sample some of the SIG meetings, just so you can get to know those discussions a little bit better. But this is really where a lot of the interesting stuff happens, is in these meetings, because they are topic focused. So the people that are interested in that topic, they have issues, and the discussions are pretty good. So,
George, am I part of that tomorrow?
yes, I emailed you.
Okay, and I probably said yes, all right. I had to look it up. I'm the consortia SIG leader, and we deal with multi-branch installations. What I had to look up is when we meet on the 4th Thursday of every odd month at 9 Pacific, noon Eastern, which is 11 Central and 10 Mountain Time. We don't usually have much of an agenda. What it is people just show up at the meeting and talk about things that relate to operating Koha in a multi-branch environment. My library is, we have 50, currently we have 50 member libraries. And sometimes we will send out I'll send out a reminder about the agenda, usually about a week before, and say, if anybody wants to talk about something specific, send me an email, we'll put it on the agenda. But usually we just show up, and sometimes there will be 20 people will show up, and sometimes it'll be me and Jason, and sometimes it'll be me and Jason and a couple other people. And sometimes we talk for an hour, and sometimes we talk for about 10 minutes, and we just deal with things that have to do with operating Koha in many places at once. So, Jason.
So I'm Jason Robb. I am not a SIG leader, so I don't know why I'm up here.
Imposter.
Yeah, I'm an imposter. So I'm representing the WebDev SIG, which is led by Lucas from Bywater. WebDev is a very organic SIG. We focus on things that you can do in Koha, break things in Koha using the tools that Koha gives you. So we do jQuery, we do HTML. We also like to talk about user experience and UI enhancements and try to find out bugs surrounding that sort of thing. So if you're interested in some of the things that Barbara was doing to make the acquisition or the point of sale thing work for her, that's sort of some of the stuff we talked about. And it is we're less structured even than the consortia thing. Like we'll all just come in, we'll ask George what he's having for lunch, and then
It's on my lunch hour.
and then everybody just talks about cool stuff that I'm doing with Koha. And I believe we're the third Thursday of the month at noon central. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did.
Cool.
Keep that open for me.
I figured that out pretty quick.
My name is Rhonda Kuiper. I kind of lead up the acquisitions sake. So as the name implies, we talk about acquisitions. So anything related to the acquisitions module, including purchase suggestions and EDI, non-EDI, it's very organic. I usually don't have a set agenda, except this coming week. Next week, we will have the guys from PTSF Europe there to talk about acquisitions 2.0. So encourage anybody that's interested, go home to your libraries, talk to your acquisitions person, people, encourage them to come. But we will go through, when a new release comes out, we'll go through the new features that are related to acquisitions, and people come with questions. We have people that have been on acquisitions for quite a few years, and then we have people that are just starting. So between the wealth of information there, we can usually address questions. So it's a great place to just come and learn more about acquisitions. Even if you're not on it, you might discover that it would be a good thing to do.
When do you meet, John?
Oh, we meet on the third Tuesday of the month at, it's 11 Central. I don't know, you can figure out.
I don't know if you could hear it, if the mic picked it up, but someone standing up here, their phone just said, "Captain, we have an incoming message." It was exciting. Looking around for stuff. Anyway, hi, I'm Andrew. I run the system administration SIG. That sounds like maybe it's a sysadmin SIG where we're going to talk about how to run your Koha server pretty well. And I don't know how to do that, and probably none of you have to do that very much. So that's not what it is. It is really about the administration module in Koha. If it's anywhere in that big, full admin module, or over in reports, because we do reports too, because why not? We talk about it. So that's a lot of system preferences, a lot of, I went and looked back through the last several months of things we talked about in meetings to try to find a common theme, and there really isn't one. I think the common theme is someone wanders in and says, "Help, I don't know how to do the thing I want my Koha to do." And we really go all over the place. It's, what does this system preference mean? How do I make my notices say what I want them to say? How do I make notices not send at all? Yeah, often Jason will show us some cool jQuery thing that probably, he also talked about it in web dev, but it's no structure at all. I walk in and say, "What do you all want to talk about?" And then we talk about stuff for an hour and then we go home. But yeah, please join us. It's great fun. I feel like we solve a lot of problems. Or we look at problems and marvel at how interesting they are. Which is also a good way to spend the morning. So we meet on the second Tuesday at, I believe, 10 Central, which can be translated to other time zones if you live outside of 10 Central time.
All right, I'm John Frederick. We here tag team the circulation SIG. So yeah, everything under that module, circ rules, categories, item types, requests, all that fun stuff. I mean, the strength of it is when someone comes with an issue, because yeah, no structure, but yeah, so then we can kick around solutions, possible next steps, you know, so don't leave anyone hanging. Yeah, we're currently picking a new time to meet, so starting in September, so we will send something out next week, so stay tuned for that.
Sounds good. I'm Sarah Cornell. I am not Heather Hernandez. She's way funnier than I am. Usually try. So the cataloging SIG, the last thing that struck me is what the way that Heather described it was, if you think it's about cataloging, it probably is. And since it could affect your cataloging, could affect everything down to like how things display on invoices, like it really can. I have no idea when they meet. I know I would enjoy them if I had time. So George. First Thursday.
First Thursday of the month at 8 AM Pacific, 11 AM Eastern.
Okay, so at 11 AM my time, Eastern, first Thursday of the month, okay.
Yes.
But you alluded to this, but I'm pretty sure all of the SIGs also have an email list.
Yes.
So if you don't know what any of them are like, join their email list and it will make you feel much better about jumping in on a meeting. Also, you can kind of give them a preview of your question. Sound good? Because I've actually learned a lot just from because my schedule doesn't work with a certain meeting. I can like follow the list and say like, oh, this is the kind of.
You did a.
So.
Can you pull the koha-US website up there and we can show?
Sometimes if you email a question on the list, that's what we talk about in the next meeting. That's happened several times, and I know in circulations, they can feel like they got a lot of as well.
I've asked Bob if he can pull up the website so we can show on the screen where to find the
Information.
the information. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it is blinding to stand up there.
Presentation.
You got it, Bob?
Yep.
Or I can talk too.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
So if you go to the koha-US website, and then under share, there's the special interest groups link. And that's got all the times and the mailing lists. Each one, like we said, has a mailing list. And if you click that, it's just a Google group and you can join the Google group and get your, participate that way.
Recorded meetings as well.
Yeah, all the meetings are recorded. I'm gonna take the microphone over here so somebody in the audience can ask you a question. If you shout it out, the people online can't hear, so you need the microphone. That's what the microphone's for.
You don't have to. Sorry, that was all.
All right. Okay. So what if you don't have Gmail or anything like that?
If you don't have Gmail, you should be able to still join the Google group, and I think there's a process for doing that. And an easy way to join the group if you don't have Gmail is to just contact the group leader and say, I want to join the group, but I don't have a Gmail account. And then they can add you that way. It's like you have to send a message. It's like your email address subscribed to. It's kind of like joining an old style email server.
We have contact forms on the website too, if you're struggling to find an email address, and we will get you in the groups you want to be in. All right, so thank you. Special interest group leaders and proxies. Thanks. I think we're doing something, but before I do that, Andrew, why don't you select something to give away from the giveaway table?
The big basket is really cool, but like I said,
Leave this up here.
yes.
So earlier.
How about a cute bag that you cannot take to the baseball game?
So I'm gonna put a full piece of paper here.
Ooh, that was like a long note.
Wayne Carter. Wayne Carter. Come on up. We have this 40 bag. Why don't we give away a mug while we're at it? Those are, John's giving that. Oh, different mug.
koha-US.
Okay. We have Barbara Johnson. All right, well, now we are officially wrapped for day one, so I'll say this again before Ron is going to make an announcement here, but I want to thank everybody at the Round Rock Library, especially Rhonda, for putting this on and making this happen, and the conference committee as well. But thanks for a great day and your attention today.
This is about the baseball game. We still have tickets available for anybody that wants to go. Just come see me. And we, like I mentioned before, if you want to share a ride, meet out front of the library here, and we will carpool at 6:30, meet at 6:30, or we'll leave at 6:30, so try and be here a little bit before 6:30. And we will go to the baseball game, and if this is gonna sway your decision, it's $2 taco night at the ball game, so.
If we have leftover tickets, Ron is gonna be out front scalping them, so I don't want her to do that. So, you know, let's buy all the tickets up.